Samuses is first.
Hello, my friend.
Aye.
Now they will know why they are afraid of the dark. Now they will learn why they fear the night.
Critical hits boost. Multi-dark Samuses just boosted. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Dark Andromeda the Wise? Critical hits boost. Multi-dark Samuses just boosted. I thought not. It's not a story the rogue trader would tell you. New critical hits boost. Martel _ Varna just boosted Mass Effect 2. New critical hits boost. Martel _ Varna just boosted Mass Effect 3. New critical hits boost. Martel _ Varna just boosted Anachronox.
Dissection time.
Hello, my friend.
Change yourself. You make your own world.
Mortal creatures, I will destroy.
Welcome everybody, happy Tuesday. Welcome Parrot, Multi, Marto, Board Game Heaven, and Veru. Let's turn this down a little bit more. Good to see you all. Always trying to be super efficient until bypasses build. Now we can relax a bit. Yeah, I haven't even thought about that. It's a good idea. I think I know how it might work. But yeah, good to see you all. Thanks for joining me today. We are finally starting. We've gone through the entire OST album several times during the initial countdown. Well, I haven't been able to find an OST as such. What I found was just the intro music. So it's one track. It's one track with 2 minutes, and I think it restarts 3 times. I don't know if there are other tracks in this game. I wasn't able to find any. Not on YouTube at least. You'll see when we play the game. But yeah, we are going to be playing the second game in the Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes series. Case of the Rose Tattoo. This is a 1996 FMV adventure. I don't think there are cinematic sections. Maybe no cinematic sections, or not much anyway. But the character animations are all FMV. So, we'll see how it goes. This is not an exceptionally well-liked game. People usually complain about this from what I have seen. It seems to be a bit difficult. Very long as well. Like the how long to beat, I think, lists an average of 25 to 30 hours for this game. So we shall see how it goes. People mostly, from what I have seen, from what few reviews I should say I have seen, I didn't look into it too much, but a couple of people were saying that the chemistry experiments to analyze the evidence, it could get overwhelming because it's not like the first game. In the first game, the required ingredients were used automatically. You might remember if you watched it. In this one, apparently you have to try everything and you don't even know. There is no documentation or anything, at least in game. Maybe there's something in the manual, I don't know. But people say you have to just keep trying everything until it works, so it can be a bit annoying, I guess. But we will see how it works in game. I have tried this game out in the past. I am not sure if I made any progress at all. I don't remember actually. So maybe I did make a little bit of progress, but I certainly have not finished this game. I don't remember even the slightest thing about this game, so it's going to pretty much be a blind playthrough, and we will see how it goes. This is the second and the final entry in the Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes series. Of course, there are so many other Sherlock Holmes games before and after this, but this will be the last game that I play as part of this series. And as to if I will ever play any other Sherlock Holmes games, I guess that remains to be seen. I have no plans of playing the newer ones, but even the older ones. There is a 3-game series, I think, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, something like that. Maybe at some point I will give them a look, but I don't know. This may be the last of Sherlock Holmes that we ever see, and it's going to be a show, probably 2 weeks, 3 weeks, depending on how actually difficult this game is. We shall see how it goes. I may ask you to give me hints, or maybe even look at the walkthrough for the chemistry sections if it is as bad as people are making it out to be. We shall see. How are you all doing? How is your Tuesday? I imagine most of you are working and lurking. That's
New
I
critical
appreciate
hits
that.
boost. Veru Mamo just boosted
Good to have you
Wadar.
here. Yes, we do
New
have some
critical hits
boosts.
boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Silent Storm.
Andromeda.
New
Rogue
critical
Trader.
hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted Deadfire.
Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 2. Nachronox. Wrath. Silent Storm. And Deadfire. There we go. Thank you so much for the boost, Multi Marzo Veru. I appreciate it. Has anyone played this game? Parrots, Marzo, any other adventure players here? Are you familiar with this game? I know
New
Parrots is a
critical hits
little bit,
boost.
at least.
Board Game Heaven just
familiar
boosted
because-
Dungeon Siege.
I know we played it together as kids.
New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted
You have not.
Menzoberranzan.
Same
New
as
critical
me.
hits boost. Board Game Heaven just roosted Torchlight.
Dungeon Siege Menzo. Did I boost Menzo? I confused myself again. Dungeon Siege, Torchlight, and Menzo. There we go. Thank you for the
New
boost.
critical hits boost.
Board Game Heaven.
JFC
Oh,
folder
hey,
just
JFC.
boosted Witcher 1.
Welcome, JFC. Welcome, welcome.
New critical hits boost. JFC Fuller just boosted Mass Effect 2.
Mass Effect 2 Passing Torment once more. That's a battle going on right here for
New
the 6th
critical
and the
hits
7th
boost.
spot.
JFC Fuller just boosted Divine Anonymity.
Divine Anonymity. Thank you for the boost, JFC. How are you doing today? How was your Tuesday? So, yeah, let's stop this annoying title theme that we have been listening for the millionth time, it feels like. Let's. So I'm running this game again on ScumVM, as I shall repeat what I said about this series when I played the Serrated Scalpel. These games are abandonwares. They cannot be found or bought anywhere. There are a few copies online on a few abandonware sites. I have tried out 3 or so until I found the copy that works as well as I hoped. I don't remember which web page it was, but I'm willing to look into it if you're interested in learning. The one I downloaded was a package of Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes games, both of them, that are set to run in ScumVM. I am not using their presets. I have changed it a little bit, but I have used them as bases, and they work very well. Most of the problems I had were about music and with the first game, so not necessarily with the second game. So maybe the second game itself doesn't have so many problems, but yeah, that is the version I'm using. I don't remember the web page, as I said. I can let you know if you are actually interested. Now, you may notice that the music is actually not the sound font we were just listening to. This is, I think, the... Actually, I'm not sure which... Maybe we can... maybe we can look at it. Maybe I can tell you what this is. Game options, audio... Is MIDI? This is a Fluid R3 GM. The sound font is Fluid R3 GM. And this file comes with the game. And you have to point to this in SCUM to hear this version of the music. I'm not sure what that is, but it's animated, yeah. Well, it is FMV, Marto. You may not like it much, but the game is actually FMV. But not like Gabriel Knight 2 FMV with full cinematic. I mean, this part is clearly not FMV, but the rest of the game is also be animated on FMV. This must be the Kingdom Management. Hey Ash, welcome. Good to see you. Speaking of Kingdom Management, I manage my kingdom so much. I am very excited to tell you about all of it on Friday. How are you, Ash?
Things only. Now, when my brother arrives, please send him in.
Very good, sir.
It's muddy. I don't know, I like this one a lot. Compared to what we just listened.
5 million souls in London, Watson, and not one of them needs my services. An entire week without work. It's intolerable. Absolutely unendurable.
Does he have carrots on the wall?
Perhaps I can find something diverting in my room. At least I'll escape your censorious glances.
Holmes, I protest. Your personal habits are no concern of mine.
Combat umbrellas.
Stuff and nonsense, Doctor. Your eyes tell a different story, as if I'd stolen from the alms box.
Oh, they are carrots.
Enter.
This just came for you, Mr. Holmes. By bonded messenger, no less.
Thank you, Mrs. Hudson. You are a treasure. Hello, it's from my brother. This is most welcome.
Mycroft.
Please join me at the Diogenes. I require your energy, judgment, and discretion. M. A rather brief note to elicit such a smile. Whatever can he want?
Who knows? He's as furtive as a Freemason and as ingenious as Babbage. But a chat with Mycroft at his club is sure to be diverting. He may have work, or he may need help identifying a rare tobacco. Grab your hat, Doctor. We're off to one of the queerest spots in London.
Lead on, Holmes.
Transparent dialogue window is not doing you any favors. Queerest place to FC. May half watch once again if the game looks too interesting. Sure, Barrett. No worries at all. Yeah, and it's going to last for a bit.
Good evening, gentlemen. Mr. Holmes is expecting you.
Thank you, Forbes.
Is the dialogue difficult for you to read, Marzo? It seems clear on my... Oh!
Mycroft, mortally injured on account of a gas leak. Such accidents don't happen to people one knows. When I read careless match levels, 5 flats in Camden Town, or
I'm glad
omnibus
you are,
splatter
because
6
it's
in the
happening.
Brixton Road, those unfortunate persons are known only to God. I defy you to name a single soul who has been victimized in this ridiculous
yeah,
fashion.
you're right.
Lestrade
Chandelier
says
doesn't
such
help at all.
explosions are the price of progress. I suppose he has a point.
Mycroft, on his deathbed at Bath, sacrificed at the altar of progress? The inspector is insensitive and a congenital idiot.
Calm yourself, Holmes. Perhaps your brother will disprove the diagnosis. Why do you suppose he asked you to the Diogenes?
Perhaps he enjoys my company. Some
Wait
people
for
do.
a discount.
It
I don't
was
know if
as
there's a
likely a
discount
trivial
right
matter
now.
as something momentous.
But get
It
it
was
at the
like that.
discount.
Should we try to discover
becomes
the
very
cause
cheap.
of his summons?
What possible
And very
significance can it have to me or to
But
him
it's definitely worth it,
is
Ash.
lost to me. Forgive me,
Even
Watson,
if you don't
I
finish it.
prefer solitude just now. I have
Is it
no
on a use
heart
sale
for
right
work.
now? Maybe it is. I haven't checked.
I'm no good for use or ornament.
Poor Stradivarius.
I'll find a way to
Wasting away.
distract your grief, my friend. Perhaps Lestrade has some work for us.
They're almost certain you're not
This much
streaming
is
it this
certain.
game.
London always suffers from your idleness, and you are a danger to yourself.
Oh, Kingmaker. Well, you don't play RPGs at all anyway, Martin. Oh, we are playing with Watson. Okay. Let's see. F3 is inventory. Mycroft's brief note reads, Sherlock, please join me soonest. I require your judgment and discretion. It's typically cryptic. He treats paper and ink as more precious than diamonds. Okay, the clicks aren't registering all the time. That is a bad sign. A wallet occupies valuable space. One can accomplish its primary objective by stuffing a few coins and notes into one's pockets. A business card on which the usual data is engraved may serve to aid the memory of a reluctant witness or dissatisfied and in arrears client. Was it a fox? I don't know. A certain quantity of shag tobacco and a comfortable briar pipe are proven allies in the fight against crime and boredom, which are sometimes the same thing. You like RPGs a lot, but you find them hard to stream. I understand that. They can be hard to stream. You're right. Bradshaw's railroad schedule is indispensable for penetrating the Byzantine mysteries of train travel in an expeditious manner. Oh, left click also looks at them, so we cannot use... How do we use items on places? Okay, let's click on the scarf, let's see what happens. In all seasons, Holmes' principal messenger wraps a mangy, moth-eaten item very like this around his neck. Inventory. Ah, this is how you use items on items. You right-click on an item, you click on inventory and you choose the item, I guess. Left click is look. What is options? Why is there options in every right click context menu? Pebbles. The unfortunate vegans may use these regular shaped stones as toys. You forgot to turn off your mic. You can hear snoring while your AI simulacrum was destroyed. I thought that was actually something wrong, Parrot. I got scared for a minute, not understanding what you're saying. Mitral, be quiet, okay? I'm trying to stream here. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the snoring. Is it Watson not being able to breathe well? Where's the snoring coming from? Is it coming from up there? These windows afford the principal tenant a fair prospect of Baker Street. The windows reveal a portion of Mrs. Hudson's pristine parlor. Wiggins. Wiggins snoozes in the corner of the kiosk. Lacking a traditional home and family, he resourcefully makes his way in the world. For a price, there is little he wouldn't do for Holmes. It is Wiggins, it's the kids snoring like this. From his stall, the vendor parades the Times and the gutter press with equal enthusiasm and success. The noisy headline of disembarrassment changes regularly. Baker Street has given the banner a somewhat less than benign reception. Queen kisses Kaiser. Manure. The unhygienic effluvia from multitudinous hansom cabs and cars littered the streets. One hopes that this archaic gas lamp will soon be replaced by a more efficient electrical successor. I guess we are not doing anything. Let's go. Can I go back in now? Ooh. Ooh! It's flies. It's flies, chat. It's a freak of nature. Scotland Yard. Is there no way to slowly... Okay, let's go to Scotland Yard. Boots are too strong. How do I save? F5. Scotland. Caution sign. Despite Ogie's cart and the traffic it attracts, the no loitering sign reminds casual passers-by that the CID officially discourages dawdling in the district. Okay, I'm not going to read everything. Let's talk to the street vendor. Augustus Trimble is a mean-spirited trickster and police informer. His extra-legal machinations are well known and tolerated by the police. Holmes, who frightens him a little, has used his information to advantage more than once. What's the good word, Augie?
What's the good word, Augie?
There is...
Out alone, are we, Doctor? Like to turn your end to a game?
I don't really get out to it.
Ah, the calamity at the Diogenes Club. Say no more. Mr. Holmes beyond consolation, I assume.
He is dispirited, as am I.
Very sorrowful to hear it, I'm sure. What about some free card money to improve your disposition? It's a game of skill.
Not the way you play it, I suspect.
Are we playing?
I'd like to get into the yard. Can you help me?
I can lighten your cares and your wallet.
Can you distract the
That laugh.
constable?
No go,
And your
Doctor.
wallet.
He's a clever and vindictive brute.
Is this
Just
guy
a
pretending
visit
to be
me.
blind
I
inside
have
the
to
scalpel?
make my living.
I guess so. I guess so.
I'd like to... Can you?
No go, Doctor. He's a clever and vindictive
They're just a
brute.
visit here, okay. Why is Watson walking so slowly? It's like slow motion.
Constable, I'd like to nip in for a word with Inspector Lestrade.
Impossible, sir. Your local station can handle any
What's
police...
this all then?
This is a personal
Nothing
matter.
has
Mr. Holmes
changed.
often assists the yard, and I...
You
Save it,
catch
sir.
it when
It's
you're
nothing to me.
gaining
Just
license.
move along.
Perhaps you could direct me to
Hey,
someone
Thor.
with more
Welcome, it's
authority?
good to see you.
I'm Lord and Master of this pavement, sir. Now mind the
How's your
sign
Tuesday?
and push on.
Inspector Lestrade may have matters that require my friend's attention.
Move on, sir. We don't want any rough stuff, do we?
Rough stuff.
I thought you were a debtor for sure.
Can I not use something or something? How do I... The barred window suggests that the
Okay.
Metropolitan Police Station may temporarily harbor the criminal overflow from Pentonville Prison. Can I... Let's turn the music down a little bit. Oh, transparent menus. Marto, look, we can turn this off. We can change the font style. What is better? Is this better for you? Wagon. First try. The vehicle is called a patrol wagon. Patrol? Patrol, yes, patrol wagon. Perhaps because it conveys groups of constables to far-flung parts of the city. I always confuse the pronunciation of that word. Patrol, I guess. At least one interested, though hardly unbiased observer believes these granite walls surround the best of a bad lot of officious bureaucrats. A few blocks from these, a new police headquarters building is being constructed. So we cannot pass this guy. He's not willing to help. Hurdle. Pytrel. If you have ideas of how I might get inside, I beg you to give them. Why am I
ideas of how I might get inside, I beg you to give them up.
3 ways to my knowledge. They're yours for half a crown.
Put it on my account. Speak.
Commit a crime.
You'd think
marry
international
Lestrade's
conspirators
sister,
would
or
go around
change your
better
name
equipped.
to Holmes.
Lovely. Perpetrate any of 3 felonies.
Beggars can't be choosy.
No, they're allowed to throw their money down a rat hole.
Okay, can we tell him that we are Holmes? How do we do that? I want to take the item, use it on the guy. This way, card. Is this how it works? It's just not working here. I thought we could tell him we are Holmes.
The half-crown ought to buy what you know the Diogenes Club explosion.
The police say it's an accident. That's no surprise.
You have reason to disbelieve them?
Reason don't enter into it. It's an easy call. Who's to say them no? But the truth's worth money, and they ain't after an halfpenny. Beware of free information, Doctor. Might have been some terrorists about for all you and I know.
New critical hits boost.
Really?
Bogu
I'm playing one of your favorite games.
Bosnek, you suddenly feel very relaxed.
Welcome, Dakar. Welcome,
Hands
Bogu.
change scene to spreadsheet. You must gothic too. You now feel accomplished, Bosnek.
I now feel accomplished. Thank you, Bogu. Good to see you both. How are you two doing?
Any more bright ideas, Augie?
None that
I don't think
pay for.
I don't think I was able to turn the music down. What was the scum? Okay, Control F5. Let's turn it down. The Case of the Rose Tattoo is a masterpiece. Okay, I haven't heard many good things about this game, but I'm excited to try this myself. Little bit of nervous as well. So far, so good.
I believe I heard a young woman call for help. Shouldn't you investigate?
Your ears is better than a blind man's, but I'm afraid she's on her own.
Above 600.
Got me orders.
Please let me pass. I'm Sherlock Holmes' colleague. Surely you recognize his name.
Of course I do. Round here enough, isn't he? Like he owns the place. But if knowing him was a ticket,
Pete.
I'd
Welcome.
have half a Newgate prison inside.
Lestrade's
Hi, QP.
Christian name is
Become
Giles.
my apprentice.
Only his intimates know
Learn to
that. I
use
must
the
speak with
dark
him.
side
Go off.
of the
Bobby,
force.
you
I'll have you
defeated
before
this
the
time.
Bow Street magistrate.
Constable, have you heard anything of interest
Defeated
about the explosion in
by
Pall Mall?
6.
If you're looking to employ Mr. Holmes, that dog won't bark. The Diogenes case is closed. Fire brigade said it was a gas leak.
But sometimes, Constable, men in your high position and with great authority hear things. I'm sure you take my meaning.
He's using the
one lad did
tactics we
remark on the
used
damage with so little gas
in
being
the
laid
first
on.
game.
And
Said it looked like the club was bombarded. Some club members insisted on going inside, and they were shocked to their shoes at the damage. I did hear that Mr. Mycroft Holmes had regained consciousness at parts. Much improved. Now please, sir, move along.
Okay, maybe we heard enough. I don't know. Yeah, I played it 2 weeks ago, finished it on stream. I enjoyed it a lot. Except for a couple of bad puzzles, in my opinion. The game was pretty good. Oh, Diogenes Club. St. Bart's Hospital. Let's go to the club first. The fire brigade has littered the sidewalk with the charred remnants of the club's furniture. The unsalvageable wreckage awaits the dustman's wagon. The odds of containing a fire in the highly combustible city have slightly improved since the acquisition of 6 mobile extinguishers. Their steam engines can pump 200 gallons of water per minute. Hard to believe that Electronic Arts ever made quality games, but it's true. They weren't always good. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I said when I was playing Serrated Scalpel. Those were the days when Electronic Arts actually made good games. And wasn't interested simply in buying out other studios and shutting them down. Only a rash or stupid person could regard with equanimity an unconfined flame so near the site of a recent gas explosion. This pot is chipped and cracked and partially filled with water. The overzealous fire brigade is probably responsible for the damage and the disappearance of the miniature poplar tree the pot contained. Given the condition of his twin, it is no great loss. Why is this always so high? I keep turning it down. Is it not working? It's not working at all. Nope. Yeah. Weird. Can I do something like this? Will they change?
Constable, might I have a look inside? The interior is available to those holding proper credentials. Credentials? Surely you recognize me, Daly. I'm Sherlock Holmes' colleague. Yes, Doctor. My orders is that what's left of the club is off limits to all but official personnel and Diogenes members.
But look at this card. What about the summons? Maybe summons will...
Constable, why is the fire brigade still here? Looking for more leaks, sir. Well, in that case, shouldn't these torches be extinguished? It was the brigade what lit them. They know their business, I suppose.
I don't think they do.
I tried to see Inspector Lestrade at the yard, but I couldn't get in. That's hardly my fault, Doctor. No, but I thought good intentions might carry some weight. The thought don't count for much, contrary to the old saying. If you're not a club member, I'm afraid I can't let you in. Really, Daly? I'd just like a peek inside so I can give Mr. Holmes a report. I never pegged you for a thrill-seeker, Doctor. Whatever do you mean? There's naught to view except the devastation. Place is in ruins. One geezer was carried clean away. Another fighting for his life at Bart's. Scenes of disaster excite some people. Perverts.
Perverts. I don't remember why we never progressed in this game either. Maybe we got stuck. The Diogenes Maverick reputation is widely known. Its members revel in their disparate political, social, and intellectual views. The conventional buildings betrays no hint of the club's eccentric membership. This dilapidated doorway leads to the interior of the Diogenes Club. It's more dialogue heavy, not understanding the language was a more serious obstacle. Maybe. Could be. But let's visit the hospital.
Matron, might I look in on one of your recent arrivals?
Great to see you again.
Hey, Nebu.
Nebuka, you have now been subscribed for 19 months. Michael Headbang.
So on.
Nebu, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate it. How are you doing today? It's good to see you.
My name is John Watson. I once worked here.
I recall. Skillful, but unattentive to hospital regulations. You've put on weight, Doctor. It doesn't suit you.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Matron. You're looking
How is the
very
game?
well.
Well, so far so
Become a
good.
Wimble
We just
Street hack,
started.
no doubt. Or do you keep a surgery for pampered women on Harley Street?
I have a general
Nothing to
practice in
complain about.
Paddington and...
Paddington? I might have
This
guessed.
scene is still an accurate representation
Well,
of the
if you'll
NHS.
excuse me, Doctor. Some of us
You are
have
fatter
work
than
to
before
do.
it looks. Well, if it's the truth.
After Bart's, I served in the Army Medical Department. I was wounded in India.
An army medico, I'm not surprised. I always
What is
say,
NHS?
those who can, do. Those who can't, do take government
The name of the
service.
place? Did a good job with implementing real actors for its time. For its time? I mean, this is 1996. By 1996, there were a lot of FMV games. Like, we played Gabriel Knight 2, right? It's also 1996, I believe. And that is completely cinematic FMV.
Matron, I'd like to see Mycroft Holmes. I'm a close
If you are
friend
saying,
of the family.
But you're not his
if you are
patient.
saying the
I
implementation
can't
of
allow the
the
new intensive
recorded
care ward
footage
to be breached
onto the
by
background,
just anyone off
then
the
I agree.
street.
I'm hardly that.
UK's
Must
national
I
health
apply to
system.
the
Ah,
director?
okay. They still leave
Visitors
patients
are
in the
my
corridors,
province.
nurses are dumb brown.
If you have time to waste, apply by all means. She'll return from Paris in a week or two.
Matron, I entreat you, let me see Mr. Holmes just for a moment.
Doctor, he is comfortably ensconced in the new ward. And Sister Grace must not be distracted from his care.
I'm pleased that you are maintaining hospital order with customary efficiency. I've always admired that.
Persiflage will not serve you, Doctor. As you have no business here, be grateful that I haven't had you forcibly removed.
Thank you, Matron. I won't forget your kindness.
Don't abuse it, Doctor. Now, I have work to do.
St. Bartholomew's Hospital, known as BARS, is affiliated with the University of London. Many years ago, in one of the laboratories, I met Sherlock Holmes for the first time. A fortuitous meeting, as it turned out, it changed my life. Kind of a tradition in the UK to complain about the NHS. Well, I guess it is a common thing in all countries, right? Complaining about the healthcare. And for good reason, most of the time. Matron Sign declares that she has confused the hospital waiting room with a place of worship. This is just the sort of error that gives medical institutions and those who practice in them an overdeveloped sense of self-importance. Mural. With all due respect to Matron, P.G. Ramsden's brilliant fresco, the operating theatre dominates the hospital entrance. It's a classic of medical arts. It is to be hoped that the patient is in relatively good health. He is unattended and appears to have been so for some time. This archway is purposed to lead to the new intensive care ward. If past experience is an indication, the route is diabolically tortuous. This dim hallway leads eventually to the hospital morgue. Can you be quiet, please? Complain about it, but defend it to our death. Very much love system. The indigent can receive free, if cursory, examinations and medical treatments at BARTS. Well, we cannot go anywhere. We seem to be turned away from everywhere we go. This slow walking is going to annoy me so much. We have to go to the only place with space. This is space. Can we go back to Sherlock?
Space!
Maybe we can give Wiggins money to distract the constable. Can we do... Wake, okay. Okay, so we can Right-click on stuff to find other...
Wiggins.
verbs.
Wiggins, lad, are you awake?
I need to right-click on everything.
Just barely. What's your heart's treasure, Doctor?
My what?
His
Your
face
pleasure,
looks like
sir.
a skull.
What do you want? You got a job for me?
Oh, I see. A rhyming language, is it? No. No.
Yeah,
job
I've been
at
talking
present.
to people multiple times. It's late, my boy. Will someone miss
It's
you?
late, my
Why am I
boy. Will
reading
someone
this?
miss you?
Mr. Jonas keeps me better than me ma would have done, if I'd knowed her. Something you wanted?
No, I'm sorry. I'm not quite myself. Mr. Holmes' brother has been injured.
Rotten luck. Hurt bad, is he?
Yes, and Mr. Holmes is inconsolable, unable to work.
Worse luck. Sitting makes the sadness stick.
Exactly my thought. I want to reinvigorate him, find something that will challenge his intellect.
Our job. Mountains for most, as molehills to him. Inspector Lestrade's often sniffing hereabouts. Maybe the yard needs help.
Keep a good thought, my boy. There is one thing you might do to help Mr. Holmes, lad.
Name it.
If he leaves 221B, shadow him and notify
I thought we were going to ask him
not
to
himself.
What, you want
distract the
to sly?
constable.
Your expression is incomparably apt. Has Mr. Rigby been about?
He's at home, dreaming up what goes into his newspapers.
You never do that in an
Sometimes he
adventure game
reads
until
it
you
to
find
me.
out the hard
He's
way.
going
You
to
actually
teach
have
me
to
someday.
in order to progress. This is not the greatest design to have to reinitiate dialogue every time you want to say something new. In most games, you would have the dialogue open, and the new options would be apparent until you actually exit the dialogue. Not in this game. In this game, you choose something, and at the end of that line, dialogue closes, you have to reopen. Not the greatest design, but at least that reminds you that you should probably reopen it every time it's closed, until there's nothing else. Torch, extinguish. Okay, I need to right click on everything.
If you touch that torch again, we're going to have a problem. Not that you could do anything but burn your hand. I'll assume you considered the safety issues.
The Diogenes Maverick reputation is widely known. Its members revel in their despite political, social, and intellectual views. I read that, right? Debris, rummage. Okay. That's not how you rummage, you just rub over the most visible thing in front of you. Much of the debris is still warm to the touch, although there is no sign of smoldering. Come on, look closer. Maybe there's something important. Cord ribbon. Ignore. I'm ignoring you, cord ribbon.
Club members and official personnel only, Doctor. You surprise me, Doctor. Trying to deface police property? Get on with you now.
This card indicates the scene of an official investigation. Civilians are often prohibited on pain of arrest to stay clear of areas so designated. Okay. Hey Draven, hope this is elementary, my dear Mitral. It's supposed to be, yet I don't know. we will see. How are you, Draven? It's good to see you. Welcome. How was your Tuesday? Oh, can we talk to the patients? I'm fine. I'm enjoying the game so far.
Sir, how long have you been unattended in this wretched hall?
For bleeding ever, if you'll excuse the expression. No one tells me what's going on. I'm like furniture.
So we need to complain to the matron about the guy being unattended, and then she will take him away, and we will sneak in there, maybe?
Why are those people being treated in the mezzanine?
They are indigent and unable to meet my hygienic standards for placement in the luxurious privacy of the new ward.
If they have communicable diseases, isolation in a private room would be sound practice.
Which shows how little you care for hygiene and the value of a pound.
Really? Patience. Enter.
Confine yourselves to this hall or you'll be forcibly removed.
Removed.
Confine your movement to this hall or you'll be forcibly removed.
Patience.
Patience. So Doc, you know the game. Can you tell me how to use an item on someone? So when I right click on somebody and choose inventory and choose an object, it looks at the object. Is there another way to use items on other characters or other items? Or is this how it works? Like, if it is usable, then it will not look bad use? What is the underlying mechanic there? You could have been a doctor, you don't have the match. Hey Pagdog, welcome. How are you, Pagdog? It's good to see you. Let's try Scotland Yard. Open inventory, left click on item, you move the item on the stuff you want. You move the item on the stuff, but that's not how it works. When I left click on an item, it doesn't pick the item, it looks at it. I cannot move the item. Like, there is no way to move this. And you move the item on the stuff you want to use it on. That I cannot pick it up to use it on something. You like this kind of animation? It's FMV, it's recorded video. I think it looks beautiful in this game. Yeah, Mr. Memory, it really was something with one of those two mouse buttons like you described. Well, when I right click on items, all we have is look, at least for now. There is no dragging mechanic, left click looks at them automatically. So I was thinking that I need to right click on the object, choose inventory from there, and then I will be using the items on that object. But it still doesn't try to use items, it still looks at them. So I don't know if I'm not getting the thing right, and it doesn't work. And if I got the thing right, then maybe it would work like this. I haven't found an example of it working so far. And I think we are out of options to do anything, so I feel like I have to use an inventory item on someone, like either give someone money. I'm already stuck, we just started and I'm already stuck. Maybe I can go back in, let's see. Open. Why is Wiggins sleeping again? I thought he was going to keep an eye on Sherlock. Wow. Silence. And there are no hotspots. Why is this completely silent? What is it reminding you, Bagdag? Newspapers, read. Rise of the Dragon? No, I haven't. This is the first time I'm hearing it, actually. For once memory serves, there is nothing in today's agony columns that would attract Holmes's interest or focus his attention. Rise of the Dragon, I'll write it down. Is that an adventure game? You can only use items with Sherlock. You think Watson doesn't need... Ah, okay, maybe you're right. We are still controlling Watson. Maybe that will become a thing later. All DOS point and click. It's a dynamics adventure. I've never heard of it. Use lab table.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
Legion! Sherlock Holmes is inspecting the bed. He says to Watson, this bed is missing something. Watson replies, no shit, Sherlock. It's good to see you, Legion. I recently learned that you were going through a bad illness, but you are getting better. I heard that from QP. I'm glad you are getting better, but sorry that you have been having a tough time. I didn't know about that. How are you feeling? Tend. Utilize. Are we going to disturb Sherlock? We can't use the carrots. Carrot vises. Clock. This ornamental regulator once kept perfect time during a recent bout of ennui. What does that mean? Holmes became annoyed with its chimes and tore them out. No fever, seems to be better. Had fever over 10 days. Barely moved, didn't eat for 6 days. Was downward spiral. Oh, I'm so sorry. Ennui. Okay, ennui. Welcome, Andla. Good to see you. What does it mean, though? I'm sorry that you have been having such a tough time. I didn't know about that. Have you been eating now?
What is it, Doctor?
Ennui, it means a general sense of listlessness and purposelessness. Okay. Holmes, Watson, would you reach down and pick up that paper, please? Watson, certainly, Holmes. My God, Holmes, what are you doing? Holmes, his anal entry, my dear Watson. Old schoolboy humor. Okay, it was terrible. It was terrible. Been ravenous since then? You got thin, then went back to bed. Oh. You could have utilized your illness to get fit. You lost the chance. But jokes aside, I'm so glad you are feeling better, Legion. What might I do for you, Holmes? How may I help?
What might I do for you, Holmes? How may I help?
Make yourself scarce, Doctor. If I'm to grow fonder of you, your absence is required.
13, nice roll. How does Sherlock Holmes get all the ladies? Seductive reasoning, okay. I see. Yesterday it was Beaver jokes. Today it's Sherlock Holmes jokes.
What are you up to in there, Holmes? Nothing unsafe? No unhealthy behavior?
I've tried recalling how sorrow has affected my acquaintances. Evidently I lack the compassion to have remarked the reactions.
Please do not burden your sadness with unwarranted self-reproach.
Forgive me if I cannot accept your kindness, Doctor, or feel that I deserve it.
Okay then. Would you like some tobacco? Would you like some money? Money will cheer you up. So we cannot do anything with Sherlock or anything in here or with the newspaper. Lab table chart. Table of elements is affixed to the wall with brass carpet tacks.
In the name of my master, Brona, I will destroy you both.
Very rolled Brona and Legion rolls Shifter. Is a Shannara day.
Don't tell me you're going to wear those sunglasses during a night operation.
Navarre, okay. Wiggins, where are you sleeping?
Come out, will you please?
I thought you were supposed to watch Sherlock.
Anything moving, Wiggins?
Nothing but what the wind blows about.
I'll stick with
no
you no
snoring,
matter
Mr.
what.
Holmes. No
Hey,
music,
Moan.
no yelling. He must be feeling bad.
He's in a deep funk, Wiggins, holed up in his bedroom.
2 days in a row. Was it you who rolled the one yesterday, Ash? Or was it someone else?
Anything to report, Wiggins?
Nothing since
It
last
might be
you asked.
Xerafuse, I don't
Sorry,
remember.
I'm just very anxious.
Okay, let's try to give you money. No? Pebbles. I cannot pick up pebbles. You should do an emo and lore thing, just a troll. Do an emo and lore thing, sure. You're still mentally scarred about Imoyan. Your first BG1 playthrough ever. The first thing that happened was a Volt critical hit Imoyan. She exploded. What? I don't know what to do. There's nothing to do. Am I already stuck in this game?
Any more bright ideas, Augie?
None that I think.
Pay you money? I may already have to take a hint soon. Let's look around a little bit more. Oh!
Mr. Holmes is most concerned about the condition of the club.
It's a bloody shambles. Targets of artillery practice look better. Part of the roof and west wall are blown out. The stranger's room is completely gone. It didn't even have gas laid on.
If I popped in for a moment, I could reassure him that things have been handled expeditiously.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but there's nothing more to be done. Now let's not have any trouble.
I'm begging you, Constable. I must have a look inside.
It can't happen, Doctor. Club members is the
That
only
was a
civilians
difficult
allowed.
puzzle.
Them's my orders. Stay here if you must, but you can't cross that line.
Good game, good puzzle, but not easy. What did he say?
It can't happen, Doctor. Club members is the only civilians allowed. Them's my orders.
Okay. There are 3 places that we are being denied entrance to. 3. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Does it mean we need 3 dogs? Do we need the radio DJ from Fallout 3? I guess I have to go back to everyone, see any new dialogue options are popping up. It's very typical to get stuck at the early game. Well, that's good to know at least. A little bit reassuring. Maybe I can go back to Sherlock now, tell him something.
Wiggins, come.
And the beginning game and late game, okay. Is Sherlock Holmes? Yes, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock's Holmes.
Anything to report, my boy?
No, Doctor. Did you find what you was looking for? Something to tempt him?
Possibly. I must engage Holmes.
You've been in the 22 Baker Street House Museum in London. Oh, really? Does it look like this?
What is it, Doctor?
I've gathered some intriguing tidbits about the Diogenes explosion. Perhaps you'd like to investigate them.
Much obliged, Watson. I appreciate your effort, but do not exert yourself. I'm not sure I even want to hear them.
Out in the
Not interested. I'm bound to say, Holmes, your behaviour is
It
irrational.
doesn't look like this.
I never thought I'd see the day.
I won't be goaded into better humour, Doctor. I am dejected by Mycroft's condition and furious about my inability to help him. But I have not
Holmes,
lost my mind.
there is a room
lost
where gas
my energy.
didn't even flow and it exploded in the worst way possible. So it's not gas explosion, it's sabotage.
It's been suggested that terrorists may have ignited the Diogenes.
That sounds like one of Augie Trimble's nuggets, Watson.
Need to go help with
Falls
something?
just short
Of course,
being
Raven.
completely absurd.
Thank you so much for the learn.
I hope you didn't pay for it.
Not much. Have you considered the possibility that some sort of foul play caused the conflagration?
Doctor, I'm truly touched by your efforts to engage my attention, but please confine yourself to reality. Mycroft was felled by a real explosion, not a hypothetical one.
That's very pompous. You sound more like Lestrade than I would have thought possible.
Sadness constrains the imagination. Incidentally, if anyone accuses you of having a supportive and sympathetic manner, mark him as a liar.
I've been thwarted, Holmes. Only you can help sort out my confusion.
Appeals to my vanity will not serve you, Watson.
Help
Confusion
me.
suggests a surfeit of information. You lack
How
even
was
a
your
bare
Tuesday?
sufficiency for me to evaluate.
I have an interesting hypothesis.
You might recall that one demonstrable proof is worth more to me than myriad suppositions. I do not act on guesswork.
You do not act at all, Holmes.
Some investigators reported that the Diogenes appeared to have been bombed.
I'm not surprised. They may have done military service. To understand something capricious, they equate what they don't know with what they do. It's quite natural, but such analogies have limited value.
The stranger's room was most badly damaged, and it didn't even have a gas line. Whatever bomb did cause the explosion?
Who ignited it? How? And why would anyone target the Diogenes? It's ridiculous. Most improbable. There would be evidence, and the police, ninnies though they may be, would surely have found it. wouldn't they?
Come on, you know better, Sherlock. You know how the police operate. Are you serious? We almost got him and now we are out of lines? We almost got him. Just tell them no, the police aren't doing anything at all. And he will be out. Watson, you cannot stop now. Come on. Are we the murderer? Oh, you never know. Well, probably not. I can't believe we stopped there. We almost had him. Maybe we did actually have him. Maybe after we leave, like leave this area, come back, Wiggins will tell us that, oh, Holmes has left. He went somewhere. I don't know.
Wiggins, come.
Let's visit everywhere. There is a strong possibility that we may be able to ask the constable about what the police have been doing now, after... Or maybe the other constable. After Sherlock brought it up. Maybe I'm being too hopeful. Let's go to the ice cream place. What is the ice cream place? Really? Well, I don't think there would be anything new in the hospital. Wait.
After
an army medical, I'm not surprised.
Okay. No new dialogue options. Let's see if the initial theory was correct. Doesn't look good.
Wiggins,
the scarf is here.
Anything to...
Nothing since
Sorry,
Seems we are stuck. This is not the same composer as the scalpel. It can't be. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it could be. I think it's the same development team.
I've been...
Appeals to my vanity will not serve you, Watson.
I have an interest...
You might...
Some investigators reported that the Diogenes appear to have been bombed.
I'm not surprised. They may have done...
The stranger's room...
Who ignited it? How? And why would anyone target the Diogenes? It's ridiculous. Most improbable.
Maybe we are supposed to find evidence. Maybe that's what that final line leads to. Like, maybe we have to dig deeper, rummage deeper into that debris and find, I don't know, something, a detonator. It isn't. Serrated arm spoon. Don't just do this. What is this? Maybe I'm missing a hotspot.
It can't happen, Doctor. Club members is...
But I'm a club member. Well, not really. But I was about to be accepted, you know? I was on my way for the acceptance ceremony. Rob Hubbard composed the score for Serrated Scalpel. He is listed in his list of works, but Marshall Crutcher is credited as composer for Rose Tattoo. He only directed or worked on other audio stuff? Maybe. Ordinary one. Constable, would you like some tobacco? Okay. Yeah, I think I'm stuck. Can we play 3-card Monte?
I like food.
Enjoy your food, Ray. Much appreciated. Thank you for the lurk. If we are supposed to use an item and it's not working... Hey Tony, welcome, welcome. It's going well. How are you doing? How is your voice? Are you feeling better? You streaming soon?
Constable.
If you're looking to employ Mr. Holmes, that dog won't bark. The Diogenes case is closed. Fire brigade said it was a gas leak.
But sometimes, Constable, men in...
Well, one lad did remark on the damage with so little gas.
And?
Said it looked like the club was bombarded. Some club members insisted on going inside and they were shocked to their shoes at the damage. I did hear that Mr. Mycroft Holmes had regained consciousness at bar.
Oh, well, yeah. We heard that. So maybe the next order of business is talking to Mycroft in the hospital, somehow finding our way into the patient ward, and maybe taking his member card or something like that to be allowed inside. But how do we do that? Recovered last weekend, was today at office, just got home half an hour ago. We'll be resuming streams on Friday. I'm glad. Baldur's Gate on Friday? Or Fallout 2? I'm looking forward to both, but mostly Fallout. Wait, did I say Fallout 2? Sorry, I meant Fallout 1. Do we have to time it? Is this a timing puzzle? Like maybe when she's looking down.
Confine yourself.
Okay. Yeah, Rosie. I wish real London was this clean, friendly, and safe. Welcome here.
Hey,
it's
look!
good to see
A five-headed bonobo!
How are you, Euro? VG2 Friday, Fallout 1 Sunday. How's Sherlock Holmes going? You like the look of this game? It looks good. It is fun. I've been enjoying so far, but I think we are stuck. Already stuck. I'm at the very beginning. And I'm stuck. But having a good time anyway. Five-headed bonobo. I wish that worked. Maybe I can somehow do something with the coughing patient? Directional signs.
For sure!
No, it's not a soft lock for sure. We haven't done anything to soft lock ourselves. I am pretty sure. But I just don't know what to do. I feel like I have tried everything imaginable. But clearly not. I'm worried that something might not be working correctly. Like, I cannot seem to use any items from my inventory on the world objects. I don't know if we are not supposed to do it at all. Is Sherlock not soft lock? Wow, okay. Okay, Thor is on a roll today. Maybe I can push the gurney. Can I not push the gurney? It's to be hoped that the patient is in relatively good health. I want to look at the gurney, not the patients.
Sir, how long have you been
New
unattended in this wretched
Tony
hole?
68k just boosted Eye of Beholder. New critical hits boost. Tony 68k just boosted Mass Effect 2. New critical hits boost. Tony 68k just boosted Mass Effect 3.
Thank you for the boost, Tony. Much appreciated.
New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Tactics. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just
Has
boosted
it already
Arcs.
been 9 months?
New critical
A
hits
resub by
boost.
Board Game Heaven.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted BG3.
Tony, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ray. Wait, which ones did I boost? Baldur's Gates? Fallout Tactics. And Arx Fatalis. Thank you for the boosts, QP, and thank you so much for gifting us up to Ray, Tony. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Tony is so generous. Gifts me a sub on Ray's channel. Gifts Ray a sub on my channel. Tony gifts subs to everyone on everyone's channels. Drag and drop items from the inventory. No, I cannot. I cannot. See, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate you saying that. Is this supposed to work, Doc? Is this supposed to work? Is this why we are getting stuck here? I'm trying it slow. I'm trying it fast. It's not working. This guy. Subs for everyone. The inventory thing is a problem. It has nothing to do with you being stuck now. Alright, can you give me a hint? Do not tell me exactly what I need to do, but can you give me a hint about what is my next move? I really don't want to take a hint so early in the game, but I feel like I have been everywhere and tried everything, so... Pebbles. Manure. Watson does something in the hospital and is able to get in Diogenes. He can't enter Scotland Yard. That's what I imagined as well. That's what I thought. Do something in the hospital. Visits Mycroft's. Get the membership card or something. Or some other way to enter the Diogenes. That's what it feels like. But I don't know what to do. Is that a timing puzzle? Oh, does she close her eyes?
Confine. 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 Confine your movement.
Does she sleep?
Confine.
There's some manure in the street you need to examine. I did that though. I examined the manure. Look at the manure. Yanigenic effluvia. Same thing. Pebbles cannot be done anything. Nothing. Is there more manure here? We cannot examine these. There's no manure here. But I'm going to try UHS. UHS. Sherlock Rose Tattoo. It's not very centered, but you know. Watson sets out alone. How can I get inside Scotland Yard? The matron won't let me see Mycroft. Let's try that. Watson simply needs to find another way in. Try getting into another part of the hospital. I did. I tried the morgue as well. Well, let's focus our efforts on that. Maybe we need to kill this guy and then tell Matron that, oh look, he's dead. We'd better take him to the morgue. Obviously Watson has to die. Oh, that's a good idea. Can he die? Would you like some tobacco? So the matron is obsessed with hygiene, right? Is this something to do with the patient and the handkerchief he has? But we cannot really interact with that patient. The indignant can receive free of cursory examinations. You've been right-clicking too. What Doug said. But I think I have right-clicked on everything. That's the thing. Maybe I'm missing a hotspot. Is there something on the ground? Columns? Can I hide behind the column? Maybe I look at this guy. I mean, I looked at him before. Look at the matron. Talk. Maybe we look at the matron. Matron's white wimple and distinctive headgear are interesting side. Her severe and peremptory manner has encouraged numerous patients to heal themselves or seek treatment elsewhere. To the morgue, Luke. This dim hallway leads eventually to hospital morgue. Correctional science. Something to do with mirror. I looked at everything. I'm fairly sure. Now that I have looked at everything, maybe you have some more options, but okay. Oh! What did I look at? What did I look at for this to appear?
Is the new patient ward far from here?
Miles away, I've
The sign?
heard. I've never been, thank God.
Why do you say that?
But it's the same
Matron
sign as the
keeps
morgue
a few
sign.
special cases there, but mostly it's terminal ones. Morgue's close by, you see.
It
Long
says
as I'm
exactly the
out
same
here, I
thing. So
can't be
this
too
game has the
sick.
same problem the first one had. We are going to have to be aware of that. Though these signs appear self-explanatory and sufficient, they are in fact useless to uninitiated. Strangers looking for the morgue have spent hours, blah blah blah. Though these signs appear self-explanatory and insufficient, they are in fact useless. So they say the same thing, but this one triggers this dialogue.
Is Dr. McCabe still the staff coroner?
He is.
As I'm here, I'll just pop in and pay my respects. Will you sign me in?
Seeing you're professional, I'll record it. The morgue only, mind.
I had looked at the morgue
Don't
sign
make a
before.
nuisance of yourself.
I think so, at least. I think I did. I may be wrong. Maybe I didn't.
Don't dally in the halls, Doctor.
Yeah, at least we have made some progress. So I have to right-click on every hotspot and look at all of them. All of them, no exceptions. I got stuck in the first game, failing to do just that. Greetings, McCabe.
Greetings, McCabe. You're well, I hope. Might I have a word? Hello, Doctor. A word, by all means, but not much more. I'm rather busy with the subject from the Diogenes Club conflagration. My God, that's not Mycroft Holmes. No, he's in the new ward. This is Sir Hubert Fortescue. You didn't know the old fellow, I surmise. Well, now you never will. Was there anything among the old man's effects which marked him as a member of the Diogenes? A lapel pin, for example? His wallet contained only money, no personal items, no jewellery, no watch. Older people frequently disdain
Let's
such
take
items.
some notes. Don't worry, I have an amazing memory. I don't forget a thing.
As I recall,
I
there
don't
was a
need to take
circuitous
notes.
passage from here to the old patient ward. Can the new ward be likewise approached from here? Nothing simpler. But, Doctor,
I actually have
a cynical
terrible
man
memory, by the
might
way. That
suppose
was
the purpose of your visit was
that was not
entirely
serious.
social. I admit it, McCabe. I'm sorry. Matron flatly denied my request to see Mycroft Holmes. The passage is open. Through that door and straight along. But she will not be pleased to learn that you have circumvented her authority.
In the form of
I'll
what?
take the chance. Better you than me, Dr. Watson.
Who watches the words? Let's look at the tags. The tag names... Wait. Right-click and look, not left-click. The tag names document the respective drawer, date of birth, date, and cause of death. Its biography reduced pathetically to basics. Corpse. The body lies supine on the autopsy table. The nasty gash over his left eye bled profusely, but was certainly not the cause of death. His chest has been opened, and it appears that the ME is examining his lungs. A fine armoire seems out of place in such a grimly institutional setting. Archway. This vaulted arch leads back to the entrance hall. Scan the room for any hot spots. Is this Minecraft? No, this is Minecraft.
My dear fellow, I had no idea. How are you, sir?
Is this
We're
Minecraft?
as comfortable as can be, poor dear, though we won't say so.
No, this is Minecraft. Who's this guy? Let's look at everything first. Several graphically gruesome portraits are hung on the walls. One might legitimately question their suitability for display in a sick ward. Sherlock will have overcome matron's obstacles. He will do so differently. Alright, don't tell me more than... don't tell me anything that's coming up in the future. A woman of middle years and particular experience. The nurse wears a campaign ribbon and the insignia of her religious order on her breast. She seems attentive to her patients. Linen curtains extend from the ceiling to approximately 3 feet above the floor and provide a modicum of privacy for the patients and their visitors. The same thing.
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Shiver's challenging success. A chill runs down your spine, and you hear strange sounds of alien technology and language, a pastiche of bright colors and unfamiliar objects. A phrase settles in the back of your mind: torment, tides of Numenera. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted half-light trivial success. Run. You must run. Run from the shadow. It returns. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted empathy legendary success. They are tired. And scared. And hungry. You should put on a brave face for them. Even though you are also tired, scared, and hungry. This is your banner. This is your saga.
Wow. Thank you for the creativity legendary success roll boosts, Thor. It was fun. The patient appears to have suffered severe fractures to all his extremities. The cranial and facial bandages suggest that he has been burned in the mishap that caused his skeletal injuries. Hey Pi, welcome, welcome. How are you, Pi? How is your Tuesday so far? Okay, I think I have looked at everything. Night table. The Spartan tables beside each bed are just beyond reach of the patient for whose use they are intended. Examine. Mycroft's table contains an institutional number of songs, several empty ampoules, probably morphine, and a nearly empty water glass. Good, been sleeping? You're on night shift this week. Oh, I see. That's why you weren't streaming yesterday. Good to see you though. Hope you had a restful sleep. The standard chart minimally records in medical shorthand patients' vital statistics, prescribed medicines, dosage, and times of treatment. Mycroft's vital signs conform with his traumatic injuries. He has received large doses of morphine to mitigate his pain. The attending has diagnosed a contracoup injury, a dangerous type of brain bruise known to cause unpredictably severe disturbances in cerebral function. He'll be fine. Maybe. We cannot actually interact with Mycroft himself. Pi has been streaming Primordia earlier today. Really? Oh, I missed the stream and I missed my streak. Pi, how dare you. Primordia is a great game though. I love Primordia. The patient appears to have suffered severe fractures.
New critical hits boost. Pylorzian just roosted Legend of Grimrock.
Grimrock, do we have Diablo? I assume we will. You love Primordia? Yeah, it's my favorite veg game as well.
New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Arena. New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Deus Ex 2. New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Dark Sun.
Thank you for the boost, Nebu. Much appreciated. You did? What did you do? Oh, you streamed. Okay. You streamed. No worries, no worries. I was just kidding, of course. Feel free. I had a 10th streak that I hadn't shared. Now I feel bad about not sharing it. Let's talk to this dude.
Are you able to speak, sir? Please give me a sign.
He doesn't wish to speak.
I'm sure I lost.
Stubbornness, I believe.
Are you able...
He doesn't wish to speak.
I had no idea Mr. Holmes' injuries were so extensive. What is his condition?
Your mind hears Minecraft.
Though we won't answer a direct question and rattles on most peculiarly from time to time. However, the party you address is not Mr. Holmes.
I beg your pardon?
The gentleman in white is not Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes is in bed 3, as you can see for yourself.
Ah, yes, of course, to be sure.
We knew that though, Watson, didn't we? Long way back to your old record, that's fine. Thank you so much for 15 streak though, Pi. Much appreciated.
Has Mr. Holmes said or done anything that you can tell me?
You made it to Metropole?
Mostly he's a lamb.
Wow, in one stream?
And if he continues to be a good boy,
was today your first day
dose
playing
of morphine.
Primordia?
I think he has had quite enough medication.
Watson Ark was a demo of this game. Oh, really? It's a pretty long demo. Well, good job, Pi. Good job. I hope you're enjoying it. Are you enjoying it?
Hello, Mycroft. It's John Watson. Sister treating you well?
What's that? Who's there? Oh, Doctor, fine. Flit on, cheering angel. She is not, I mean, tin shoes, eh?
What? When not comatose, Mycroft seems delirious. He jerks and twitches, flutters his eyelids, and occasionally mumbles. Per hospital policy, he is dressed in an anonymous, ill-fitting coarse gown. His personal effects, excepting his ring, are missing. He has been heavily medicated. You love it a lot. You love Crispin and his humor. Yeah. I dare say Crispin is funnier than Joey. Sue me. Sherlock's in a funk, sir. I'm trying to revive him. Can you help?
Sherlock's in a funk, sir. I'm trying to revive
Mycroft's
him.
ramblings are riddles to be solved.
Ask me to be he who kills a misery. Not free to be, don't flee. Where's the key? A former tree. Who's the key? What? How? Treachery. Mendacity. If he's free, he should see if I have the key, or I ought to be. He just might see conspiracy. Privacy.
Oh, it's a terrible thing to hear a grown man speak drivel.
If you don't mind, sister, I'd appreciate a bit of privacy.
Well, excuse me, I'm sure.
Okay. Let's look at the card. So these are new objects. A discarded tea trolley has been pressed into service as a convenience for bedpans, towels, and talcum powder. Night table. Examine this again. Crispin is the best. He's a new joy. Okay.
Have you comprehended any of your neighbour's ramblings, sir? I surmise there is no help forthcoming from this quarter. Will you please bring Mr. Holmes some fresh water?
I mustn't leave the ward. My patients depend on me.
Please make an exception. I'll watch your patients. I'm a doctor.
Very well. Anywise, I'm perishing for a cup of tea.
Oh. She walks fast. Why can't we walk fast? What about this book? Okay, we cannot take the book. Can we talk to this gentleman in white?
Mycroft, why did you call us to the Diogenes?
Security, prudential, speed essential, treachery pestilential. Tell the sibling element, arms before legs.
Okay, we need to
I
tell
can't remember
Sherlock.
that lot. Get in, mind it, find it, douse it, toast it. Don't eat it. He'll know. No. War's heavy as no talk.
Oh, wait. Did I see ring? Okay, that was entirely by chance that I happened to come across a hotspot here. Such ornaments are commonly engraved with the various initials or family crest. Mycroft's ring, however, displays a well-formed canine head. For some reason, the dog is the symbol of the Diogenes Club. Okay.
I'll try to put this to good use, Mycroft.
This could have been terrible. Exceptionally terrible to miss this hotspot. And I could easily miss it. Banana Holmes. I think that's what we are going to use to enter the Diogenes, though. You took your time, Doctor. I was about to send out a search party.
Thank you, matron. As always, you are the soul of civility.
This is day one, isn't this day two? No, this is day one. We just started this game today. Are you confusing it with the Case of the Serrated Scalpel that we played 2 weeks ago? I finished that game on day one. This is the second game. Arms before legs.
What is it, Doctor?
The counter says 8 hours, but there are 2 counters. This is the second game in the series. The first counter is the timer of this game. The second counter is the timer of the 2 games total. The series.
Good news, Holmes. I'm pleased to report that Mycroft is intermittently conscious.
That's some comfort.
Granted, he's burned and battered, and the combination of concussion and morphine has caused delirium.
A summary would suffice, thank you.
He's sporadically cogent. I asked how Nurse was treating him, and he responded, "Flit on, cheering angel," and something about shoes. Peculiar answer. But an answer,
I never heard of that game.
If you imagine that you can engage my attention with an anagram, you are mistaken. But I'm grateful for your report.
But arms before legs.
Were Mycroft speaking a coded language, what would you make of it?
Nothing at all. He devises riddles and cryptograms for diversion. Enigmas, quandaries, and conundrums of all kinds delight him. At least they used to do. You can figure them out, surely.
Okay.
No, I can't. I'm not good at puzzles. I'm mystified, Holmes, out of my depth. He speaks of conspiracy and treachery. It's not clear if the references are truly ominous or the result of his condition.
No worries at all.
If this is code, it may be intended for you. These are obscure and dangerous waters. You must illuminate them.
He was a private and wary boy, Watson. He's a furtive and suspicious man. His work demands secrecy and feeds his nature. You said he is delirious. Puzzles currently dominate his deranged mind.
Yes, but I'm suggesting there may be method to his madness.
Alright. So Sherlock told us what Doc told us a little bit ago. So what Mycroft says is a puzzle for us to solve. And I believe the solution would be in the Diogenes, even though I don't remember the details of what Mycroft said. Let's go to the Diogenes and see if we can enter the place now with the ring. Such ornaments are commonly engraved with the various initials or family crest. Mycroft's ring, however, displays a well-formed canine head. For some reason, the dog is the symbol of the Diogenes Club. The game is afoot.
You can't have...
Oh, maybe this? But can we not show the ring to the guy? We thought this game was a point-and-click adventure, but it is. Why do you think it's not? Let's remember what Mycroft actually says. Instead of a food. Oh, okay.
Confine your...
We cannot enter the morgue again?
Matron, I forgot something in the morgue. I'll just retrieve it and be on my way.
Very well.
Payson isn't here, you are pulling double pun duty. Yeah, Payson is slacking with the puns.
Don't dally in the halls, Doctor.
Might I ask what your examination of the old man has revealed? I'd like to satisfy your curiosity, but I may say nothing without official authorization. My report will be circulated at the inquest. Might you divulge the cause of Sir Hubert's death? I nearly witnessed it. I'm sorry, Doctor. Without authorization, I'm obliged to keep silent on that subject. As a professional courtesy, you may view his clothes if you wish.
Yes, I'd like to view the clothes.
Hello again, McCabe. I'll just nip through the corridor and check in on Mr. Holmes. If you must, Doctor, I suppose I can't deny what I previously allowed, but I don't approve.
Okay, this is new. Various and sundry garments hang from wooden pegs and hangers. A selection of badly soiled garments hang forlornly in the closet along with a chart-bordered tweed suits. Is that all? Nothing with the clothes then? Can we send sister away again?
Has Mr. Holmes...
Mostly he's...
I think he has had...
Maybe he's at the water again and we can ask her. Nearly empty water. Okay, let's try again. It worked the first time. Okay, it doesn't work again. Can I pull the privacy curtain? No. Ring Luke. Canine head. Cards. Mycroft talk. Okay, there's nothing left to do here, I guess. We cannot do what we did before, sending the nurse away. Okay, let's go back to Diogenes, see if I'm missing something there. Can I talk to the matron or this dude? Nothing, okay. So a tree was mentioned, and we know that the cracked clay pot.
Thank you, matron.
Used to have a tree. Could be something to do with that. Maybe something was buried under the tree. But no. Torch. Debris. We have examined all of this before. Can I not show?
Okay.
Let's try this again.
Really? I never. Whatever do you? There's not to. Constable looking for in that case. It was the.
Oh. Show is here now. But I didn't even. I clicked on the ceramic pots. Oh. Look at it. So, So if you open the inventory in the correct area, it has to be in the correct area. You know, let us put this to the test as an experiment. If we are in 22-1 Baker Street, there is no show. So what we need to do then, in that case, occasionally open the inventory and right-click on everything to see if they are usable on that screen. Okay. This is how you show the ring. They could have done all of this better,
Save us both some aggro.
Okay. Dutch door. Busts. The marble bust of a bearded ancient brogue when it collided with the floor. The fire brigade should not be discounted as the cause of its current condition. Pedestal. Save a dusting of ash, this wooden pedestal stands surprisingly undamaged. Dutch door. Dutch doors partially conceal a small antechamber of the hall. Can we open it? Singed umbrellas, scarves, and an overcoat hang in place above a tiny table and chair. Were this not the Diogenes, a closet would seem a peculiar place to sit. Gotta scan the screen for hotspots. There's a box right there. 3 portraits were hung in the entry, though now scorched. The countenance of one gentleman is recognizably that of Mycroft Holmes. Examine the box. The tortoise shell container may have held jewelry or snuff. It appears to have once had a cover.
The magnitude of human tragedy is not measured by the numbers who endure it. A simple, solitary, displaced possession of a particular man is most affecting. Are there other such signs about?
A small shallow box lies amidst the sodden mass of conventional debris. The wooden bar is much the worse for wear as a result of the explosion and subsequent fire. Okay, I think the bar is the only odd spot. The double doors to the Diogenes lounge were blown off their hinges, only splintered remains of the frame remains. The marble torso of a nude female has been violently propelled to the floor by the explosion. The unfortunate lady, who was already sans arms, has lost her head in the blast. Cannot examine that. Were it not for the animal square decorated with Roman numerals, this hodgepodge of burned wood, broken glass, and twisted metal would be unrecognizable. Examine. The blast-embedded metal fragments and glass slivers in the walnut cabinet beside the grandfather's mangled works, a small round face from quite a different clock mingles with much anonymous debris. Touch.
Dr. Watson, what are you doing in here, sir? It's unsafe. You'll have to get out. None but authorized persons are allowed.
Shut up. What happened when we touched? Globe. Some sort of globe sits fractured on the floor. It looks like nothing so much as an oversized croquet ball cleaved in half. So when we touch the clock, some random guy comes in. Is that the causality that we were supposed to figure out? Bookshelves. Virtually all the books have been destroyed. One hopes they were not irreplaceable. The explosion broke the subject's nose and battered his ears, converting his once intelligent face into an abused visage of a bare-knuckled prize fighter. What else? Bookshelves. Virtually all the books have been destroyed. One hopes they were not irreplaceable.
No need to take unnecessary risks. That pile of rubble could collapse at any time.
Okay. Where did the dude go? Okay. So we found something about the clock that I don't quite get. And with the box. It appears to have one set cover.
The magnitude of human...
Are we supposed to find the cover? Maybe we have found all we needed to find. Not sure. Maybe I'm just supposed to go back to Sherlock now.
Horrible mess, no?
You're a keen hound? We shall see if I actually am. There is a grandfather clock here as well, right? No, this isn't the grandfather clock. Let's talk to Sherlock. Let's see.
What is it, Doctor?
Sherlock, look what I found. Something very important. I saw Sir Hubert's corpse, Holmes. There were no obvious signs of concussive damage.
I saw Sir Hubert's corpse, Holmes.
This is not what we
There were
found in
no
the
obvious
Diogenes.
signs of concussive damage.
Of what interest should that be to me?
I expected massive excoriations, arterial bleeding and discharge from the ears and nose.
And you observed?
Save some singeing on his forehead, his condition was excellent. He might have suffered a fatal coronary.
And so he may have. I attach no significance to the manner of his death.
How can you not see that it's not a gas explosion? Even Watson can see it. Okay, so that was wrong. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to use the lab table. Let's see. On his forehead. I don't even actually know what kind of pronunciation
This is time-serving. I've got nothing to analyze.
That particular spelling requires. You don't have anything to analyze. Well, let's go back to Diogenes. I probably missed something. But since we are here...
Wiggins, come out, will you please?
Okay, Wiggins, you've been useless. The accent is a bit fun in this game. They probably sound a bit posh, but every so often they sound like a bloke down the pub. It changes a lot from character to character. I think the Diogenes constable does sound like the bloke from the pub. Wait, let's rummage through this debris once more.
Constable, suit yourself, Doctor.
Okay, at least we can enter here without any resistance. So, am I missing a hotspot? Let's right-click on everything once more. This box should have some sort of significance. It appears to have once had a cover. Jewelry or snuff.
The magnitude of human tragedy is not measured.
Was the bomb or a gas leak? Time to find out. I'm trying. I am trying. Am I again missing hotspots? Maybe something else.
No need to take.
So we cannot go this way. And there's a statue, a clock. If I mean, if it was a bomb, maybe it was placed inside the clock, but... Clock... Oh, clock face is an... Okay, I missed that. There is another hotspot here. The small face is about 4 inches in diameter. Most of the left side is encrusted with a suspicious sandy substance. Both hands are entirely missing.
Intriguing. This residue reminds me of some bad business I saw in the army.
Okay, now it's time to do some science. Who is ready to do some science?
Dr. Watson, you should be ashamed of yourself. You'll have to get out. None but authorized persons are allowed.
I'm with the science team.
I thought it was Tazen. I thought Tazen arrived just in time.
Horrible mess, no? Constable, I may return with Mr. Sherlock Holmes in tow.
Thank you, Doc.
Suit yourself, Doctor. With any luck, I'll be in my bed.
I can tell pixel hunting is going to be an issue in this game. Yes, Sai, Tazen. Tazen-wise. Okay, let's see how this all works now. If it's a brute forcing mess.
The clock face.
Wait, what? What did you...
The clock face residue looks suspiciously like something I saw in India. If I'm right, I'll do more than engage Holmes' attention.
Maybe Holmes is going to do the experiments.
What is it, Doctor?
Sai, Watson.
I may have the means to provide the demonstrable proof you require.
Your speech is uncharacteristically obscure, Doctor.
Okay, very serious. Very serious. Oh, is this the same? Okay, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You sit on the chair. It says something about residue, but doesn't actually analyze it until you right-click, choose analyze, and lab table. It's a bit weird. Yeah, it's below average. You must be Tazen.
I think if I warm a sample in a sulfide bath, a black precipitate would provide confirmation.
What is a sulfide bath? Sodium sulfates. And we bath it with distilled water. And we put the clock face. And we matches. Okay. Scrape the clock face. Now stir it. Okay, this is at least we can only do the correct move, it seems. Multi, thank you so much. Have a good rest of your day yourself.
What in blue blazes was that? Are you trying to kill us?
I'm trying to satisfy your partiality for proofs, and I wanted your attention.
You have it.
My experiment confirmed that residue I recovered from the Diogenes was explosive fulminate. A gas main was ruptured, it exploded, but that explosion was caused by an incendiary device.
Let me gather my thoughts, Watson. I am beginning to suspect a strange and peculiarly terrible chain of events. And, Doctor, thank you for showing me my duty. Fulminate of mercury. The black precipitate is decisive. Mycroft felled by a bomb. Damnable villains. An outrageous and unconscionable act.
That was the demo.
Maggots. If I had them before me, I could not be trusted.
Pi is randomly trying boom effects. I think
I'm
we
as
only have
sober as
explode.
Carrie Nation, Watson, and more determined. Let us get on with it. I will have the fiends who tried to kill my brother.
Welcome, Tayson. We were just talking about you and how you always roll below average on a D69. How are you, Tayson? It's good to see you. How was your... Wait, was your exam today? How did it go? How did it go? Okay, we now have Sherlock. What? You rolled 48?
Thor is here!
Alright, so now we are Sherlock. Let's see. And we have the same items. And it's the exact same explanation for each item. Yeah, Tayson is the Tayson impersonator. Parrotwise is the real Tayson. That's what we figured out today. Stash. Now new, okay, new items, new hotspots. A Swiss soldier may have used the 6-blade jackknife to extricate himself from dire straits. Valuable also for mundane tasks, the primary blade fixes the correspondence and disputed demands for payment to the mantle. The mantle holds a day's cigar ends, cigarette butts, plus a collection of odd bits and bottles, all of which bespeak the diversions Watson tirelessly condemns as habits and/or vices. The exam was today, and the shopping, and the cleaning, and the rice making, and now the soup making. How was your exam, though? Hopefully you are done with your day past soup making and can relax. Looks like a very busy day. You're not sure you can deal with 2 Taysons? Oh, you'll get used to it. Come on. You'll be just fine. Despite the buyer's intentions, Suit has never marked the interior. A dozen Cuban cigars and a stash of unread medical periodicals comprise its contents. This is almost the same as the examination of the same chest from the first game. A dozen Cuban cigars and a stash of unread medical periodicals comprising contents. I think that is the same sentence. Of course, I may be wrong, but it's very similar. Exam went well, you think. We'll see the result when it comes. Not done with the soup yet. It's just how being placed on the stove. Persian slipper. One more on Friday. Friday is the last one. Well, it's getting close. You're almost done. A leather slipper procured at the Knightsbridge Jumble depends from a leather cord. Its mate was lost in a domestic conflagration. The survivor's toe provides suitable storage for a quantity of rough-cut shag tobacco. Tidy. You had one today on the 6th and one Friday on the 9th.
What's the point? This battle has been lost.
You haven't even tried. Hurling sticks, so they are not carrots, they are hurling sticks. These are rough sticks. These rough sticks are used in an Afghan game in which a group of men ride donkeys over a great distance to hurl a stone at the stuffed head of an albino goat for no easily discernible purpose. I think this is also the same explanation from the first game. Or again, very similar. Let's see the animations with Sherlock. Wait, Cupid, that was my opinion. That's something Tayson actually said. Whenever he rolls the D69, he always rolls below average, or so he believes. Why are you making it sound like I insulted Tazen behind his back? The top of the rosewood sideboard is always strewn with cigar boxes, assorted spirits, the odd plate, and gazogene, and sundry ornamental Victoriana. Because it's funny. What, slander is funny? Tisk tisk. Did you receive any assistance from Scotland
Did you
Yard?
receive any assistance from Scotland Yard?
I never got past Constable Burns.
Obstructive moron. My brother is nearly killed in a vicious assault, and you can't even get in to see Lestrade.
Don't let anger dim your wit. The Yard is ignorant of our Diogenes discovery. That's a good thing, as you would ordinarily be the first to say. We don't yet know what variety of foul play we're dealing with.
Your pardon, Watson. My anger at the would-be assassins has made me muzzy. I have a fierce thirst. Only justice will slake it.
I think you mean
Does
revenge.
Sherlock eat clocks?
So be it. They are the same to me now. Have you begun your journal entries, Doctor?
Any matter in which you take an interest may have enduring public consequences.
Your investigative efforts expose several productive leads, Watson.
But no obvious starting point for our inquiry. They say a good beginning ensures a good outcome.
We are not so credulous to think so. There is more here than a common attempted murder.
So I surmised.
The matter will not admit of a simple resolution, but I will not rest until the wretch responsible for this outrage against my brother is punished.
I don't even remember which program it was.
There is a matter I should like to put to Inspector Lestrade.
Which show it was?
Can the Yard assist in our inquiries?
Expectations are low, and your point about official ignorance is well taken. The inspector has neither need nor capacity to know what we know. Still, his title might become the rough water we'll confront.
Muzzy in Gondoland.
What items might have assisted your own inquiries, Watson?
The bull's eye wouldn't have been amiss, and a
Still
nimble
doesn't
brain
sound
would have
familiar.
helped.
The
I only
former
remember
is here
that line
somewhere.
because
we can secure
we
it.
kept
The
saying
latter
it.
is more than sufficient. Don't troll for compliments, Doctor. Did you collect other evidence at the Diogenes that might assist us?
I couldn't perform a proper search. It's dark as Guinness in there. The damp and unstable conditions didn't help, and Forbes was about.
Yes, he will complicate matters, but the damage to the rooms may be of interest, and there may be other physical evidence we must return eventually. You know my methods, Watson. It is the scene of a crime.
Okay, what is the journal? Holmes asked, what in blue blazes was that? Are you trying to kill us? Then I said, I'm trying to satisfy you partially for proofs, and I wanted your attention. Then Holmes said, you have it. Then I said, then Holmes said, then I said, then Holmes said. Okay, this is the same style of journal from the first game, where every bit of dialogue is copied verbatim. It might come in useful. Is there again a search function? Yes. Then Holmes said, text not found. What? How do you not find that? Holmes, text not found. Diogenes. Are you former? It's right here. I found it. How can you not find it? Search backwards. Search forwards. Abort search. Search journal. How can you not find the word? It's right there. Somewhere. Are you crazy? How does this search work? Search journal somewhere. Okay. It found somewhere. Search journal. Holmes. Holmes asks me, did you receive any assistance from
Search your
Scotland Yard?
feelings. You know it to be true.
So the first word is Holmes. It doesn't find that. There are other Holmes Holmes's in this page. It goes to the second page and finds Holmes asked me, did you receive any? So I don't think we can trust on search. Trust in search. Trust search. Yeah, I think that function is a bit broken. Sideboard. Search your words. You know it to be there. Or Gazogene. Utilize. Homemade sparkling water. This volume of French criminologist Alphonse Bermillion's classification and systemization of skeletal types is as masterful as his previous studies and only slightly more exhausting. Drop leaf table. This table could formerly be opened to accommodate guests for tea. In a fit of pique, the current tenant demolished the recalcitrant hinge, and now visitors must balance their saucers on their knees. Maybe the padding tags used to make the lines look more like a natural journal are not part of the search space. But that's exactly what it finds, though, when you search for Holmes. It finds Holmes asked me, blah, blah. It's just the first one in the second page. It doesn't find it in the first page. Numerous bits of paper, a useless diary, and Watson's checkbook have been removed from the interior and presumably have found a home elsewhere. The remaining items are a hair trigger, a ballistic, and a bullseye. Bullseye lantern. We will need the lantern, right? Because we need light in the Diogenes, because it's dark. Desk. That's exactly. Ballistic hair trigger pistol. For trick shooting with small caliber ammunition, no firearm compares with a delicate single-shot hair trigger. Impractical, if not positively dangerous for ordinary use, this pistol never leaves home. What about ballistic? What is a ballistic? Oh, it is the baton.
You've often said a billy is overmatched for self-defense.
Quite right, Doctor. Something more resolute is in order. Use your own judgment.
The lead-weighted head of the hickory staff can do terrible damage to a human skull. It's the preferred instrument of compliance for constabulary and criminals alike. For reasons indistinct, it's often called a life preserver. Enjoy your food, QP. I appreciate the log. Sheet music. Where is the Stradivarius? Sarah's 8 etudes and Frank's latest polyphonic effort for violin and piano are scattered on and around the settee. To gratify the doctor's sense of domestic propriety, the battered sofa was reupholstered last year, as the settee could never be mistaken for something comfortable on which to sit. The damask fabric exhibits virtually nowhere bullet holes. More than 70 bullet pucks compose VR for Victoria Regina. This script rendition of the Queen's initials was performed for the beloved sovereign Golden Jubilee on 21st June 1887. I think we looked at everything. You forgot to chop and add dill to the soup, so you had to correct this mistake before some greater being struck you down for your gastronomic insolence. Well, I'm glad you fixed. Okay, boys.
Take your pistol, will you, Watson? There's no telling what this case will bring.
For once I am ahead of you, Holmes. It is in my pocket.
Time to slip into the shadows.
What do you call a Frenchman who has been attacked by a bear? Claude? I don't understand that joke, I'm sorry. Welcome, Blackbird. Good to see you. Like Claude. Ah, okay. Now it makes sense. My compliments, Mr. Rigby. The early bird gets the worm, what? The early bird gets the worm, what? What kind of an expression is that? The early bird gets the worm? Comma? What? Is that a use in English? Is it like, am I right? Or don't you think so? Something like that? What does this what mean? Early bird gets the worm, right? Ending a sentence in what used to be a thing. The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. Maybe.
My compliments, Mr. Rigby. The early bird gets the worm, what?
News don't wait on a slugger bed, Mr. Holmes. I'm sorry about your brother's misfortune. Government can't afford the loss. What are his prospects, sir, if I might ask?
His condition is guarded. Your concern is appreciated.
Well, the best of British luck to him. And pardon the banner, I'm obliged to display it.
You must make your living, Jonas, as must be all.
Full mall conflagration, minister near death.
Any dubious goings-on in the vicinity, Mr. Rigby?
Business has been brisk, Mr. Holmes. The reports of your brother's accident have been devoured by the public.
The early parrot gets
for
the cracker.
morsels of misfortune.
Fools cannot be educated or converted, Jonas.
In this case.
They may only be exposed.
Oh my, yes.
Chocolate. Why is there no music in half of the game? Medicine, an appetite suppressant, a laxative perhaps. Whatever, it's not food. The wrapper is certain to be more palatable and nutritious than the object it surrounds. Can we buy some of that? Unaccountably, a minor and grossly inferior brand of chocolate is sold here. Common chalk would be slandered by comparison to this unpalatable confection. Everything all right with you, Jonas?
Everything all right with you, Jonas?
Can't complain, Mr. Holmes. And if I did, I would listen.
Too true. There's so little kindness in the world.
Pebbles. Oh, now we can pick up pebbles. We can add a cracker command to give crackers to someone.
Sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
New critical hits boost. Blackbird 7 Twitch just boosted Ding Smallwood.
Think for the boost, Blackbird.
New critical hits boost. Thazan just boosted Undertale. New critical hits boost. Thazan just boosted Deltarune. New critical hits boost. Thazan just boosted S Effect 2.
Thank you for the boost, Stazen. Sure.
Sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
Look at Mrs. Hudson. Isn't she like... She's like, Toasty!
Sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
That's exactly how she approaches, and with a smile.
Sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
Remove the scarf. Oh, you were there?
You got clouds of your own, I think.
Has anyone been lurking about 221B, Wiggins?
221B, not 22-1B.
Sorry about your brother, sir. Anything I can do?
Nothing, and more's the pity. Thank you.
Give me a word if I can help.
Are the rest of your lads available, Wiggins?
They're on holiday at the workhouse. If you got a job, I'm for it. On the usual terms, of course.
Okay. Manure. Oh, this is different. Manure is an inevitable consequence of horsepower transport. Despite the sanitation corps' best effort, a fraction of the 100 tons dropped daily is always in the street. Its scent is as common as perfume in a Parisian boudoir.
You have strength to continue straight away, Watson.
Strength doesn't signify, Holmes. It's the will that counts. I've got a nasty catarrh, and
I'm the brood mother!
Oh, wow,
Don't you ever forget!
Let's carry on.
Nice roll, Blackbird. Highest today, I think?
Have I remarked, Watson, that Wiggins possesses
Sounds like a good idea
You once
to me.
noted he had the makings of a master criminal.
Quite
Almost
right.
69.
Resourceful
please.
as a
Almost
spider,
69.
fearless as a mongoose, and discreet as a crocodile bird.
You might as well have said he had the makings of a great detective.
I did, Watson, I did indeed.
Close but no bacon. That's the real line.
Your kindness to Wiggins does you credit, Jonas.
It's little enough. He's led a hard life. He sails too close to the wind.
Don't like
from time to
bacon or
time, but
cigars, so
he's
he
a
sold
good
the same
boy
to you.
for all that.
The mean streets waste 100 like Wiggins every day, Mr. Rigby. You've given him a chance to grow up.
May I live to see it.
Okay. Am I missing anything else? Mr. Rigby's definition of the people's right to know is generously broad. He displays random political handbills and cultural announcements. The public remains aggressively ignorant of these materials. The banner touts the lead story of the Sun's current edition. The vendor is paid a stipend to display it. When a titillating or salacious headline is unavailable, the text adheres to the sensationalist maxim, if it bleeds, it leads. You will elect to not let your blasphemy against bacon affect our French. We have an avid defender of bacon here. I would be careful if I were you, Thazen. Let's go to the hospital. What, Thazen?
Is change forbidden at Bart's?
So it would seem. I feel transported back in time.
Indeed,
You can smoke
to
both
the
of those
Dark
things
Ages
in
or
different
some
ways.
similarly
Oh.
dismal and repressive
Nice
era.
point.
No. To my days as a staff surgeon.
Perhaps to the heyday of the Inquisition. A single glimpse of Matron the Merciless recalled a legion of disagreeable memories. Matron, I would like to see my brother, Mycroft Holmes.
Your desire and hospital policy do not happen to coincide.
Hospital policy be damned, he's in a precarious condition.
Language, Mr. Holmes. Don't make me call the police.
Why this animus? Is it that incident with the bedpans? Do you still hold a grudge for that student prank?
Assume what you will. Your tenure here was mercifully brief. The medical profession lost nothing when you left us.
No need to be insulting, matron.
Amazing that
neither
Watson
of you
Sherlock
have
ever
any
got the
official
crime solved.
standing
They are
here.
slow pacing.
Please, move along.
They are very slow, yes. In this game, they walk so slowly. And this game is exceptionally slow because it turns out you have to right click on everything more than once and look at everything and do it over and over again. Because maybe something pops up. So every scene takes an
A
hour.
person in your position should not be guided by prejudice, matron.
You've never thought much of my judgment or my authority, Mr. Holmes.
But it's
Now,
also packed,
there's
like there is so
nothing
much
more.
good writing in this game. Soup's finally started boiling nicely, gotta get some foods. Enjoy your food, Tazen. Okay. Bart has stood on this spot since 1123, the oldest benevolent institution in the city. Over the centuries, laboratories and libraries have been added to the original walls and portions have been modernized, but in a certain light, in more stagnant air, it looks, smells and sounds like 12th century. This demand for quiet is unnecessary. All who might read it have previously recognized that Matron, possessed of Medusan powers, could turn the noisy into lumps of stone. Medusan powers. Medusan powers? Medusa, so Medusan powers. Medical care is dispensed gratis to the poor. Matron allows a favored few to linger on the mezzanine, a respite from being rousted by the police, molested by hooligans, or attacked by urban vermin. These patients appear and sound to be in the grip of the highly contagious influenza that is sweeping the city. This game is testing my reading capabilities. Sensitive persons might debate the placement of this fresco, which depicts with hideous accuracy a gruesome amputation. The patient's expression seems unlikely to enlist the confidence of candidates for surgery. These signs mistakenly imply that one might find his own way to the designated locations. In point of fact, without Matron's permission, those designations are as remote as Samarkand. By the way, I need to do this in the first scene as well. If he survives his illness, this poor soul will likely expire from boredom. Of the many ways there are to die, few can match the absurdity of departing this life clothed in ridiculous garments after having been forced to lie interminably in a draughty hall, completely ignored by one and all. The patient's labored breathing, his rattling, hacking cough, and his pallid complexion suggest a very serious upper respiratory condition. We cannot talk to this, or we can.
Excuse me, sir. What is your ailment?
Stagnation at lungs. I'm weak.
Then why are you languishing in this draughty hall?
They're going to stitch up my head what I bashed when I fainted. So I got to take me chances. But if I get this new influenza, I'm for it.
Sir, how long have you been unattended in this wretched hall?
For bleeding ever, if you'll excuse the expression. No one tells me what's going on. I'm not furniture.
Confine your movement to this hall, or you'll be forced.
These structurally superfluous columns attempt to foster the impression of spaciousness. They fail.
Matron, why is this patient forced to languish in this pestiferous hall?
This hall is scrubbed daily. The patient and his insignificant ailments wait on the convenience of one of our most distinguished physicians.
By the time that worthy arrives, he may be able to add pneumonia or influenza to the man's symptoms.
Tend to your own knitting, Mr. Holmes. We will attend to ours.
I'd like to throttle the desiccated old bat.
Render a valuable public service, but I doubt you would make the Queen's Honours List for your trouble.
How did you bypass this impediment?
Via the morgue. It's the only convenient way to enter and avoid a night in the Bow Street locker.
Suggestions, Watson? Before the top of my head blows off, please.
Calm yourself, Holmes. She is a law unto herself, but like many petty tyrants, she may be favourably disposed toward the trappings and requests of officialdom.
at least Watson is somewhat useful in this game. In the first game, Watson was completely and utterly useless. Like, he contributed nothing, not a single thing throughout the game. All he did was write the journal, which we looked
New
only
critical
once.
hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Torment, Tides of Numenera.
And Sarah? You did also chime in about how you can contribute. Yeah, constantly, that's what he said.
Moo,
Critical
moo,
hits boost.
moo, moo.
He kept
Parrotwise
saying
just
that
boosted
he is
Betrayal
too
and
stupid
Enthra.
to say anything useful, pretty much.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just ghosted Torchlight.
Thank you for the boost, Sparrows. Sherlock, I don't know my asshole from a hole in the ground. Please teach me to tie my shoes. Exactly.
Watson, will
That's
this
what he was like
influenza
throughout
become
the
an
first game.
epidemic?
I don't know, Holmes, but any viral disease poses a serious risk even to the healthy.
In that case, a hospital is no place to be. Let us stay no longer than absolutely necessary.
Beavering in the background. Timberborn. It's a really good game. Zool has been streaming it. You know, he streamed it quite a bit yesterday. I don't know if he will continue. But when I checked his stream yesterday, he had a pretty packed colony. Like, it was a full screen with lots of buildings. I didn't understand much of it. But it was pretty late game, I think. He was talking about building bots and stuff.
I trust you have no objection if we visit the coroner.
You trust in vain. Dr. Watson has recently pestered him. I can't think of any reason why you should do the same.
Okay, Vera. Enjoy your noms, enjoy your lurk. I appreciate it. So we weren't given permission to go to the morgue then? I think we are going to have to use this guy as an excuse to go to the patient wards.
Confine your...
Maybe we are not supposed to do this just yet. That okay. I believe we are supposed to visit the Diogenes first, the club. And that's why I came here, to visit somewhere that I don't think we are supposed to be at. As you do. So let's try Scotland Yard. We should be able to enter Scotland Yard as Sherlock, of course. This enclosed wagon is used to transport prisoners. In Ireland, such vehicles are called Black Marias, because they've been used to carry off merely suspicious civilians to uncertain destinations. Oki is a cutout between the underworld and the police. Officially, he deals in notions and runs a game of chance. Unofficially, he sells or trades tidbits of what he is pleased to call confidential information to both sides. He lives by his wits. It's not a good living.
Hello, Oggy. Anything doing?
Not enough. Give people what they want and where's the thanks. But I'll forget my manners. Condolences on your brother's demise.
Your expression is premature. Mycroft is alive.
Oh, but near death, surely. I have it on the best authority.
Your source is impeachable. Demand a refund. What more have you heard about the Diogenes Club explosion?
The working stiff don't have time for idle chatter, Mr. Holmes. Even surmise eyes are right.
On principle, I never purchase information. Perhaps you can suggest how we might overcome this scruple.
Beat him in a game of
Ante up a shilling and we'll play a little free card Monty for the tidbit. Best 2 out of 3.
Best
You
2 out of
win,
3.
the info's free. Lose, it's yours for 10 bob. Eh?
Okay. What? No, I'm pretty sure it was cheating.
It's been a pleasure, Mr. Holmes. Better luck next time.
Luck, I suspect, has nothing to do with it. You can keep the shilling.
Cheater!
But I won't pay more for useless information.
I'm pretty sure I tracked it correctly.
Feel like being taught your business, Augie?
You can always try.
I remember in some game, the card was hidden in the sleeve of the dealer. I don't know if it was this game. It wasn't the sleeve, it was in the hand. So I was remembering something else, but it also applied here.
Contrary to the adage, Augie, the hand is not always quicker than the eye. Yours is prosecutably slow.
Have a heart. Keep it to yourself. Here's a nugget. 2 hard Irish lads was in the city, both of them
I wonder which game it was.
niceties of gelignite and mean enough to use it. Trashing a fancy English club might just suit their fancy.
Names? Whereabouts?
No names.
Suppose I tell the police that this game has never been on the square and that you've nicked them all.
No need to get violent. I heard those boyos was looking for a party name of Boyd something. A coal miner, I heard. That's all I got.
Was there a 3-card
That may
Monte
be
in
what the
Quest
police
Regular?
call
I don't
a
remember.
lead. I have to be somewhat more discriminating. Augie, are you always plying your dubious trade?
The rich can afford to rest, Mr. Holmes. A poor man must make brass winning where he can.
As you seem to appreciate a platitude, you might reflect on the one that declares that there is no rest for the wicked. Municipal architecture is the most depressing art form known to man.
You don't approve of the design? The builder tried to convey solidity.
Better he should have died in the attempt. What he achieved is merely ponderous when it's not positively oppressive.
I'll take that as a no, shall I?
He should let us in. Probably shouldn't give us in trouble.
A quiet watch, Constable?
As I prefer it, Mr. Holmes.
I'd like a word with Lestrade.
You're not alone, sir, but the inspector is engaged, and he's left particular orders not to be disturbed even by you.
Is Augie still schooling you at 3-card Monte?
The man's an unnatural wizard. I never win. I swear he could retire to Blackpool on the brass he's taken off me.
It's a mug's game, Constable, but nobody wins all the time. The yard seems quite deserted. What's the reason?
Lawful folk are at home, and the criminal classes see I'm on duty. I'm always on duty. Haven't had a tea break in donkey's years.
What is donkey's years?
You want to know the secret to Augie's success?
Only slightly less than the Ripper's real name.
Might I see Lestrade on the strength of it?
The door is yours. Once inside, you're on your own hook.
Fine. After Augie manipulates the cards, tell him to move away from the table. Say that if your card is not one of those face down, he's in for a stay at Pentonville. I guarantee you'll start to recoup some of your losses.
He's been bombing a card, then.
Some secrets are just too tawdry to tell, Constable. Police bureaucracy is perfectly suited for certain types of work.
What is this guy doing here?
What types are those, Holmes?
Is he
the tedious,
headbanging?
the repetitive, the fatuous, the unimaginative, and the squalid.
As that covers most criminal activity, it's a wonder you stay busy.
He's actually
Stop the
headbanging.
sarcasm, Doctor. I'm determined to be angry with the police. If I am unreasonable, I expect you to humor me.
And Noah, welcome. How are you today? How was your
You appear
stream?
discomforted, Watson. Is there a problem?
Do not concern yourself, Holmes. The draft is wreaking havoc on my sinuses. Simply makes me feel more thick-headed than usual.
Is there anything here to detain us further, Watson?
If we don't talk to Lestrade, did we not waste our time?
Tobias Gregson. His eye always fixed on career advancement spans his leisure reviewing open cases. He devotes special attention to those handled by Inspector Lestrade. Unbridled ambition may lead to unfortunate consequences. You switched to 7 days later? Ah, okay. I was in lurking before I had to stream. Hey, a three-headed stream streak. Thank you, Andinoa. I appreciate it. I need to put together all dear nods knowingly and mumbles the general direction of no one in particular. She's a regular visitor at the yard. A family relationship with Lestrade has been suggested. She makes no eye contact as she carries on a private colloquy with unknown beings or forces. Colloquy. Library. Every local police station has a decent working library the yard possesses. In addition to the background-bound collections of resolved cases and abstruse legal treatises, volumes devoted to special subjects like bloodstains and recent edition of the Great Encyclopedia Britannica. Portraits of some of the London's most despicable villains are prominently displayed. While the gallery may properly remind the police of their business, it necessarily criticizes their competence. The featured criminals are all
I get one claw, just missed it. Gorky 17.
Welcome.
New critical hits boost. I get one claw, just missed it. Return to Cronder.
How are you today? And thank you for the boosts. Hello. A well-dressed young woman commands Lestrade's attention. Her gestures declare her distress. Nevertheless, her voice is nearly inaudible as she pours out her apparently endless tale
and
of
Nova
woe.
just boosted The Witcher.
Food is here!
Food is here! Thank you for the boost, and the now much appreciated. In a futile effort to digest the paper generated by a large urban bureaucracy, an official drone in plainclothes files and cross-references the Metropolitan Police's records. The constabulary spend more time writing up cases than investigating them. That this dubious contribution to protecting the British way of life goes largely unrecognized and unappreciated may be instructive. Okay. Victoria, Queen of the United Kingdom and Empress of India, is in the 53rd year of her reign. In this picture, she wears her golden jubilee gown. You're done boosting? Thanks for letting me know. Inmate. This distressed person awaits transportation to the lunatic ward at St. Mary's. Oh, so he's okay. The police surmise that his erratic behavior may turn violent. That conclusion might be premature. He loses his breath during his rantings and his complexion alters. Unappreciated bureaucracy. How could we be so crass to not appreciate it? Yeah. Real pictures in computer graphics style is very creepy to you. Why is it creepy? The desk sergeant catalogs physical evidence from current crimes and temporarily stores it here. This advance in police procedure guarantees the integrity of evidence should the need for it arise in a criminal prosecution. The evidence, of course, is only as good as the collector of sin. You just find it unsettling. Oh, really? Wow, interesting. Have you watched Who Shot Roger Rabbit? Was the movie called Who Shot Roger Rabbit? Or Space Jam? You know, where there is acting on top of cartoons. Who framed Roger Rabbit? Yes. So did that make you feel uncomfortable as well? Sergeant, might I have a word with Inspector Lestrade?
Sergeant, might I have a word with Inspector Lestrade?
You might, Mr. Holmes, if he were free, but as you see, he's not.
Dissipating his meagre talents on trivialities, no doubt.
You'd know
What is
best.
an uncanny valley thing? I feel like I read about that, but I don't remember what it actually... What it means. The inspector appears fixed by his chair by the energy of the young woman who addresses him. The Metropolitan Police have used telephones for nearly 10 years, mainly for communicating among themselves. Most right-thinking people regard the instrument as an intrusive nuisance. Really? I do think phones are intrusive nuisance. Uncanny valley is a thing that isn't human, but your brain feels like it is. Uncanny valley refers to the sense of wrongness and feeling unsettled when something looks human, but you know it isn't. Uncanny valley refers to a place between realism and unrealism where the real isn't real enough, but also not fake enough to feel fake. It's like you start recognizing typically human aspects in something that shouldn't have done. So like me. So I am Uncanny Valley. Since I am the VTube of Mitral boats. I think it had been brought up before in the channel by Sangnef, if I remember correctly. Hey drummer, welcome.
New critical hits boost. Starving_drummer just boosted arena. New critical hits boost. Starving_drummer just boosted Deus Ex 2. New critical hits boost. Starving_drummer just boosted Fallout 3.
You're a very good one. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. I will tell my creator about that. How are you, drummer? How is your Tuesday? Or whatever day this is.
When might Lestrade be available, Sergeant?
I couldn't say, sir. She's been burning his ear for a longer spell and shows no sign of weakening. I got tongue-lashed for interrupting.
What's her problem?
Claims her brother being wrongfully detained. Flapdoodle, of course. But the inspector's going the extra mile. There being allegations of high-handedness. You may see Gregson looking over his shoulder if you take my meaning.
How's the family, Sergeant?
Down with the grip, Mr. Holmes. Terrible cramps. I'm far from tip-top myself.
Sorry to hear it. Might I speak with Inspector Gregson?
Of course. And might I say, sir, how sorry I am about your brother. It's out of human hands, isn't it? Terrible business, these gas explosions.
Yes, thank you, Sergeant. I'll just pop over to Gregson.
Mr. Holmes, Doctor, what can I do
That's
for
what
you?
Ruff will do.
Has there been any news concerning the fire at the Diogenes?
It's the same
The
word
brigade
we use in
confirmed our
Turkish
suspicions,
for
sir. A spark of unknown origin ignited a gas main. The explosion was a regrettable accident.
What is regrettable, Inspector, is that the brigade doesn't possess the brain power to perform simple logic. As long as the cause of the spark remains unknown, the ultimate cause of the fire cannot be otherwise. Does Lestrade have anything to add to the brigade's report?
Doubtful. He has several cases running and was eager to close the book on this one.
Typical. Always the easy way.
Well,
it's also German
not as
for
acute
Flu.
as he was, and compassion
Almost
is
the
not
same
a
in
strong
Romanian,
point,
Greek
but our
one.
workload is quite overwhelming.
Is it also in
If
French?
the man is overworked, let him say so.
What is
Platitudes merely
French for
mask incompetence and lack of imagination. The callous numbskull.
Holmes, please, moderate your tone.
Well spoken, Mr. Holmes, if you'll permit me to say so.
Can you give me authority to investigate this Diogenes business?
That I can't, Mr. Holmes, and it pains me to deprive you, but Lestrade is in charge. I can't interfere, I'm sorry.
Grip in French, yeah.
Do you credit the rumor that Irish hooligans are abroad in the city?
If you're suggesting that terrorists are behind the Diogenes explosion, Mr. Holmes, I can't encourage you.
What if there were evidence of a bomb having been ignited?
If you have such evidence, I want to see it. I'd want to know where it was found and why it was not turned over to the office.
but I believe
I
there
think
is no
influenza
such
is the...
Diogenes is not their sort
I don't know, it
of
sounds
Tell
like
that to my
Latin.
brother.
It's
I
probably
think
the
that's enough,
medical
Holmes.
word or something for this sickness. And in English, it's probably just shortened to flu. If I had to guess. Of course, I'm making it up, but it's probably not about so much as what the English uses, but about the medical world. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. Gripe was already taken. I mean, there are many words with multiple meanings.
Sergeant, what's in the evidence chest at the moment?
No fishing expeditions, Mr. Holmes. You know better. Let's just
Isn't it
say
from
everything
Let's
in
Burger?
there is accounted for.
Sergeant, why is that man being held in the lockup?
Nutty as the proverbial fruitcake, as you can hear. He's waiting for a lift to St. Mary's.
What is the delay?
That woman claims he's nut bunkers. She says he's sick.
She is indubitably correct, but how sick and from what? Sergeant, has the elderly female party become a permanent fixture?
You might say, Mr. Holmes. She used to char here. Now she thinks we're guests in her parlour. Hard to disagree with her.
Okay, and Noah.
May a patient's maladies be diagnosed from their ravings?
A specialist might be able to. I'll wager alcohol plays a part in this episode.
Is it current drink, a history of abuse, or a seizure?
It's a fair question.
Note the particularity of his tics and gyrations.
They are suggestive.
And the alterations of his complexion.
An even better observation. I have been as previous as the police. The man is ill, some form of epilepsy, perhaps.
Okay.
How can we talk to the brute and not get arrested, Watson?
We can wait and watch our hair turn grey, or help his current victim along.
There are many European languages that use their own versions of influenza, though at the end of the day, you think grippe is most common. I wonder why grippe. I mean, who decided on the word? Does it grip you by the throat? Something like
Sergeant,
that.
I believe your
But
prisoner
if
is
it
ill.
was used
There's
more
no
regularly in
doubt
English,
about it,
maybe.
Mr. Holmes. Mentally defunct, I'd say. Criminally insane. No telling what he'll get up to on the loose.
I think not. He's an epileptic. Dr. Watson will support my observation.
Well, I'm loath
It's quite
to
a gripping
contradict you,
word,
Mr.
Watson.
Holmes, but your say-so just don't cut it in this instance. The bloke's loopy.
Sergeant, are you familiar with the Encyclopedia Britannica?
The greatest collection of folk learning on earth, my dear pal, always said.
That's as may be. I believe its articles on medicine are considered authoritative.
Next to God, they're all the truth there is, sir. Pa said so.
If you'd like to save the inspector's reputation from careening downhill and protect the yard from litigation for unlawful arrest, you should know of the latest research on epilepsy. Pay special attention to the sections on grand mal and psychomotor seizures. That man is sick.
Jensen, the man in the lockup, may be epileptic. Look up grand mal seizures in the EB and convey your findings to Inspector Lestrade.
Right away, Sarge.
Right away, Sarge.
God! Have the incarcerated gentleman cleaned up immediately and release him to his sister's custody. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Another scandal here would be damaging.
For a second, it sounded like Bohemian Rhapsody.
Sergeant, might I speak to Lestrade, please?
Of course. Inspector, Mr. Holmes to see you. Mr. Holmes, Doctor.
You're finally ready to resume your duties, Lestrade?
I appreciate your assistance on that medical matter, Mr. Holmes, but the arch tone is out of order. What can I do for you?
Evidently nothing, even though there is more to the Diogenes disaster than the pathetic official examination has divulged.
Suspicions are your trade, Mr. Holmes. Proof pays the bills in police business.
Proof? I'll give you proof. If your people...
We wondered, Inspector, if...
I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself, Watson. If you won't investigate the explosion further, you might at least assist me.
How?
Give me carte blanche at the explosion site and the morgue. Something sinister is going on, Lestrade, if only you had the wit to see it.
I will ignore the insult in deference to your fragile emotional states. If you want to waste your time, I won't stop you.
I think this is what
But you'll
we were here
excuse
for.
me if I don't squander my department's resources to gratify your overdeveloped and theoretic suspicions.
Without well-founded supposition, Lestrade, reason staggers and the mind dies. You might remember that. Will you provide some police protection for my brother?
Don't
There's not
push,
a
Mr.
lot of
Holmes.
very
We've had
nice
a mutually
people.
advantageous relationship over the years.
They are being
I'd hate to...
unreasonably
Thank you,
unhelpful.
Shall we leave, Holmes?
For some reason. I mean, I understand it's an adventure game and you need to overcome obstacles. But everyone is an obstacle? Pretty much so. I am really baffled that no one really has any respect for Sherlock. Like, how can they simply ignore what he's saying? He is already very famous by this time, right? He is well known, he has probably solved a lot of cases. The police should believe what he says, like right away. They are very ready to ignore him. All the time.
Which is more bother, Lestrade being in or being out?
It's a fair question. Seems I'm the only one round here working all hours. Go in if you like.
I don't want to go in. No, don't go in. The Lestrade and Holmes relationship evolves over time in the books, only towards and chronologically does the structure respect. I would know. I mean, I would imagine that would be the case with Lestrade, but I'm talking about everybody. Like even that desk sergeant, we are telling him that the guy is sick, he's epileptic, and he says, "Oh, I beg to differ, sir. He's a loony. He's a criminal." Like even that guy, everyone, basically everyone. I would imagine Lestrade is somewhat antagonistic. Probably sees Sherlock as a rival. In a way.
Oggy, heard anything that might interest me?
Nothing, Mr. Holmes. You know I'd try to flog it if I did.
Lestrade's a moron and antagonistic, yeah.
How might the constable's commitment to his duty be overcome, Watson?
He's an vicious brute, Holmes. But I'd wager you know his weakness.
Okay. Hello, sir. Okay, we can show the permission. But let's talk to Let's talk to the guy first.
Forbes, I'd like to go inside. Please assist me.
Until further notice, sir, the club is closed to members and guests.
I'm not here for a scotch and soda. I wish to examine the premises.
Impossible. Only authorized representatives of the constabulary are allowed inside.
What are you playing at, you deluded martinet? You...
Your attitude is deplorable, Forbes, but I suppose I must oblige you.
Okay. Can we talk more?
Forbes, what happened after the explosion? Did you notice anything unusual?
I was stunned. Not myself for a few moments.
You saw no one on the street when you revived?
No one except yourselves.
Okay. By the way, I'm glad this is not a problem. I thought we might be bugged, or maybe Scum was causing a problem.
I'll honour the inspector's request.
I'm glad I was wrong.
Yard, CID and all. Respect for authority is the cornerstone of civilization. Must maintain discipline. Would have preferred a personal appeal.
Yeah.
Indeed, I'll tell him you felt
bad.
slighted. He's sure to be mortified.
Let's look at things though, before we go in. The bleach, though unburned wood, suggests a blaze of extraordinary heat. Certain types of explosions cause flash fires with such properties. Most of this pile of rubbish came from the members' lounge. Whether this is due to the fire having been hottest there or because the lounge contained most of the club's furniture is unclear. This pot is chipped and cracked and partially filled with water. This pot is chipped, I see this pot is chipped, and I think of Chipotle. I think I'm hungry. The overzealous fire brigade is probably responsible for the damage and the disappearance of the miniature poplar tree and pot contained. Given the condition of the student, it's no great loss. Chip pot? Olay! A torch provides inconsiderable illumination for those charged with maintaining security. The fire brigades presumably turned off the gas in the immediate area after the explosion.
Was that really necessary, Mr. Holmes?
Probably not, but I despise torchlight. I can see now that it makes no difference.
Aw, that would make Ray sad. Ray keeps boosting torchlight. And Sherlock doesn't like torchlight. Named for the cynic philosopher who sought virtue by living simply, the Diogenes counts several of London's most brilliant and unsociable men among its members. Where such misanthropes will now congregate is now an enigma. Why would they want to congregate? It doesn't make any sense. Just sit in your home like me. Don't go out. Why would you want to go out, meet others, even if they are like you? I don't think they understood Diogenes correctly. The portal is guarded by Forbes, the vigilant commissioner. Heaven defend the unexpected stranger, commercial traveler, or street urchin who tries to breach the mandated silence of these walls. Is there anything here to detain us further,
Is there
Watson?
anything here to detain us further, Watson?
I wish I could answer with some assurance, Holmes.
Okay. You know, it sounds odd, but there were not many ways of entertainment in solitude like nowadays. What do you mean? Wasn't the internet always a thing?
I'll honour the inspector.
Indeed, I'll tell him.
Diogenes is real an establishment in the Home Office disguised as a gentleman's club. Oh, really?
Did you happen to spy any suspicious persons lurking about earlier?
I tolerate no loitering on my watch, Mr. Holmes. Members don't like it.
If I so much as sniff a tradesman, I move them along sharpish. My brother wondered if the fire brigade might have missed anything. Nothing, Mr. Holmes. You've come in vain. Any items or circumstances that seem not in accord with the gas explosion? The brigade is satisfied that there's no evidence to the contrary. Any odd or personal effects discovered? No. Nothing of a private nature has been removed.
I thought it was brought to our
Earth. I'm sworn to protect members' property, and I will perform my duty.
That killed the dinosaurs. I thought it came from space.
Let's not tarry, Forbes. We'll go in now. I warn you that it's dark and nasty inside. That suits my mood down to the ground. And I remind you, touch nothing.
Are you going to stand over my shoulder?
Has anyone worked on the gas lines in the last day or so? Checked and bled by Midlands last week. All in perfect order.
It's a window over here
like
since
Inspector
yesterday.
Lestrade says,
cold
gas
winds
accidents
or
are the price of progress. Depend on Lestrade for a
Is it very cold?
cliché in lieu of exercising his brain. The Lectio Facilior is fine for paleography, but it won't do for logic. The man's reasoning powers are abysmal. Do you remark anything odd about the entry?
Wind
Forbes?
and rain, yeah.
Well, it's burned and soaked with water, isn't it? I mean, anything unexpected.
Well, I hope you're keeping cozy.
No, the place is a mess. I'll have to clean it up.
A room is nearly leveled when a fragile card survives as a proof of disaster's capricious character. The class founders are commemorated in oil. Brigadier Hastings, the tactician, Sir Wingate Caulfield, the naturalist lately conceived by an obscure Caledonian tribe, and Mycroft Holmes. It is a cruel twist that Mycroft's image was less severely damaged than the man himself. Turkey carpet. B.A.T. Masterson acquired this runner on one of his lightning expeditions to Constantinople. The popular press has been highly critical of the commercial ends towards which the diplomat has used his wanted negotiating skills. Examine. Okay, we can examine. You'll get some sleep soon. You're super tired. You want to lurk for a bit. Well, I appreciate you lurking as long as you can. But yeah, at least keep warm. Like, maybe cover yourself with a blanket or something if it's cold. It's great how Sherlock deals with the same ones as Watson did earlier, but we're different. Yeah, exactly. The beautiful rock's condition is deplorable, covered with cinders and shards of glass. Better they should be here, however, than embedded in Mycroft's face. Well, there was no space left in Mycroft's face to embed more glass. Newspaper rag. You know what? Taking a bath before bed. Ultimate coziness. I suppose. Yeah, I don't like taking a shower before going to bed. I usually prefer taking a shower when I wake up. It helps me wake up. But yeah, it can be. A warm bath can be cozy before bed. You're right. This hardened oak rack is modeled on one that serves the round reading room at the British Museum. It usually holds several newspapers. Now, a portrait impaled on one of its arms is barely suitable for kindling. A member of the brigade has left an axe embedded in the cloakroom's door. Open. You'd shower thrice a day. Why? Touch nothing, Sherlock. A small table and chair take up much of the cloakroom space. Broken tea things littered floor. Definitely a night shower person. If I do shower in the morning, I do a cool one. I can never shower with cool or cold water. It has to be hot for me.
Brother or no brother, you'll receive a bill for harm to that door. It's club property.
That's why I don't shower before bed. I don't like going to bed with wet hair, and I don't like using hair dryers. It takes a couple of hours at least for my hair to dry. Conventional amenities are disdained as a matter of club policy. Constant with this attitude, members hang their coats in an unattended cloakroom. Cool shower in the morning to wake up, warm when you get home, another warm before bed. A well-crafted walnut pedestal lately supported a bust of the club's namesake. In one of these random acts that typified disaster, this relatively fragile item is undamaged, while the marble that sat on it was ravaged even before it fell. Diogenes, the club's eponymous inspiration, disregarded conventional comforts, slept in a bathtub, and spent his daylight hours, lantern in hand, vainly pursuing an honest man. This Parian marble rendering. Parian? What is Parian marble? Parian? Marble rendering of the Greek philosopher is irreparably battered. Diogenes is hilarious. Watson. Are you getting the flu, Watson? Why do you keep sneezing?
Watson, where did we find Mycroft exactly?
It was just here, Holmes, beneath his portrait. You swept him up in your arms as if he were a child. Your strength amazed me.
Adrenaline, Doctor. Danger animates and strengthens as often as it paralyzes. Impressions, Doctor?
It is difficult to be very
Marble
observant
from the
in
Greek
such
island
conditions.
of Paros.
I am surprised by the uneven nature of the damage. With a few structural exceptions, the easily flammable object suffered most.
Very astute, Watson.
So there's this box here. I am holding out on examining it, trying to examine everything else. So there's brandy here.
Forbes, who relieves you when you're away from your post?
Always on duty, Mr. Holmes. The members have given me a room of my own.
Don't be obtuse. Surely you have bodily functions to attend to, tea breaks and so on?
I leave for a minute or two during the day. I have my 11s and tea at 4:30, with members' permission.
What is 11s?
Did any strangers enter the club in the afternoon?
I imagine it's
no one escapes my eye, Mr.
tradition.
Holmes. After the late
11
post,
o'clock
a few
something.
guests
Biscuits,
arrived
tea.
and left. All perfectly respectable gentlemen.
Alexander Great
I'm sure they were,
Forbes.
Were any of them carrying a valise or a large package, anything of that sort?
Certainly
the
not.
answer, stand
The
out of my
Diogenes
light
don't
then.
cater
Yeah,
to commercial travellers.
That's
I
what
send
the
them
story I
packing.
know as well. He said it in a fancy way. I don't know exactly what he said, obviously, but it's like, as long as you don't cause shade, I don't want anything else. I don't want any other favors, as long as you don't cause shade or something like that. 11s. I don't know how to read IPA. Is a short break taken at around 11 to consume a drink or snack. Second breakfast. What about second breakfast? Are hobbits British? Okay. This elegant tortoise-shell snuffbox is uncommonly like one Mycroft purchased for a ridiculous sum from a posh Mayfair shop in 1885. Smell, pick up, examine. When asked what he'd like for them to do with his dead body upon his death, Diogenes answered, just throw it over the walls. I won't much care then. The box contains a few grains of what might be finely ground snuff. Hobbits are explicitly based on English countryside. This blend of snuff tobacco is aged 4 years, fermented 3 times, pulverized and scented with essence of lilac and oleander. This distinctive mixture marks the box as Mycroft's as surely as if it bore his signature.
I've asked you not to touch club property. Put that back, if you
That's
please.
Mycroft's property,
Forbes,
sir.
my brother's snuff box is not included in your purview. Do not make yourself an unbearable nuisance.
Well said, Sherlock. I'm going to use that line as well. Sir, do not make yourself an unbearable nuisance.
This fellow is too eager to assert his authority, Watson.
He's as willful as a mule, but not as smart. I wouldn't mind taking him down a peg if the opportunity arose.
If Forbes continues to be obstructive, Watson, will you distract him?
With pleasure. We can't have him hovering.
Listen for my sign. I'll start jabbering incoherently.
But how will I recognize the sign, Holmes?
I just said... Oh, very amusing, Watson. Very droll.
Oh, it took me a minute to understand as well. Wow, that was a smart joke. That was a smart joke. That even got through Sherlock for a second.
Mycroft never travels far without his snuff box.
Must have fallen from his pocket when he was struck down.
Unlikely. His other personal effects were undisturbed by the explosion.
What is your hypothesis?
Any speculation would be less than idle. I imagine it was blown in from somewhere. The lid might tell a story. I'll keep the box as a memento.
Okay. Brandy. Perversely, a bottle from the club's prize store of Napoleon brandy is unscathed. Likewise, 3 crystal snifters. The mahogany bar, formerly a fixture at the disreputable Parisian coffee house, is badly scarred. Hey Sangnif, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? That's one. Are we going to do it 3 times? No. You're hungry? Me too. Got anything good to eat, Sangnif? Any plans for dinner? Soon? The heavy oak doors that opened to the lounge probably saved Mycroft's life. They were, of course, blown away, but they absorbed, dissipated, and redirected much of the explosion's terrible force. You just finished leftover hot wings yourself, so you're quite sated. Oh, I was wanting some hot wings recently. I was talking to Parrot about it. I think we might get some, or rather make some, in the upcoming weeks. You got a quiche in the oven. Wow, that sounds great. You're full as well. Just got done numbing. I will wait until after the stream and eat very late in the night as usual. Please don't eat Parrot. If there is nothing else, I may have to. Demosthenes' likeness is irreparably damaged. The irony of possessing a bust of one of the greatest orators is presumably lost on those club members who hold all speech to be pernicious modern convention. Barbie's friend, not Virat. The pathetic remnant of London's most brilliant private collection of incunabula are scattered about. Those pre-1450 volumes, spared by fire, have been wrecked by water. Few things are as dispiriting as a library in ruins. Yeah, you should have seen the Library of Alexandria. It was a mess. I remember those days. Those were the days, my friends. The celestial sphere was exactingly fashioned in Antwerp of pasteboard and tin. The explosion obliterated the greater part of the Milky Way galaxy and several other astronomical bodies. This once charming marmoreal female is now as unrecognizable as she was unknown. This debate occasioned by her acquisition was very heated. Some members will mark her destruction as a sign of divine retribution. Others will regret her passing. Most won't notice her absence. Library of Alexandria, yes. Leather chair. Sir Hubert Fortesque's favorite chair is upended and wet. Abandoned for the first time in recent memory, its leather may still bear his body's imprints. You mean his ass mark? Why does it scare you? It's a very common sound in the channel. You should be used to it. Not unexpectedly, the members' lounge was as devastated by the concussive force of the explosion as by the fire that resulted from it. The adjacent stranger's room has virtually disappeared. The fire brigade's efforts have caused extensive water damage. Yes. Welcome back, we're back with Chili. Nice. The charred frames of several portraits are all that remain of what were a few benighted members were pleased to consider a highly selective art collection. Most members rightly thought the portraits to be extravagant rubbish. Extravagant. Hey Turbo, there is no fast burb. The burb is normally fast enough. How are you doing? Several feet of brass chain hang forlornly from the ceiling. The explosion violently separated the chandelier that was suspended from it. The lightning fixture lays in ruins before the fireplace.
I've asked you not to touch anything, Mr. Holmes. That's club property.
Okay. Watson? Blah, blah, blah. It's your cue, Watson. Blah, blah, blah. Come on, Watson. Did you forget the plan?
Watson, what do your feline orbs espy?
Outlines, Holmes.
Shame.
No real details. The
Shame.
smoke plays tricks with the light.
Anything of significance, Watson?
Not that I can see, which isn't much.
Okay,
I'd like more of what you found, or your skill in finding it.
I wouldn't call it skill, Holmes. It was dumb
What a
luck.
shame.
Most men's modesty is a sham
In
or an
listening, your
excuse,
favorite example
Doctor.
of something
Your
constant
modesty
in the Uncanny
becomes your...
Valley are Haz's BRB cats. BRB cats? Have I seen them? I remember the BRB scene. I'm not sure if I remember the cats. BRB cats look too cute to be uncanny. There's a bunch of cats with his face saying creepy things. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember what you. I understand what you mean now. Okay. The walnut cabinet of the grandfather clock has been marred and pitted by a variety of flying debris. Some of the missiles collided with such force that they are stuck in the wood like tines in a potato. Potato. Among the splintered glass, broken spindles, and severe chains that form the clock works, a medium-sized brass handle looks out of place. Touch.
Touch nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'll have to charge your brother an assessment.
This dude... Okay, we are going to get rid of him soon enough. An elegant tortoiseshell box almost certainly belongs to Mycroft. This era favors other vices, and the Diogenes frowns on the habit as it leads to sneezing and hence to noise. What? Am I not able to light the lantern? I thought that was the whole idea of bringing it with us.
Was your clock face near the grandfather, Watson?
It was, Holmes. How did you guess?
You know my methods, Doctor. I do not guess. I observe. I deduce. Forbes, the lounge appears wrapped in mourning bombazine.
It hardly matters. There's nothing to see.
You'll excuse me if I should come to a different conclusion.
Suit yourself. Remember, touch nothing. Club rules must be enforced, even in...
Please don't put yourself out. We can get on by ourselves.
You may think so. It's my job to monitor the activities of strangers.
Are you guarding the perimeter, Forbes?
This seems the best vantage point, Mr. Holmes.
Considering the upper story could collapse at any moment and crash down on our heads.
What? Oh, right, yes. Out of harm's way.
Uncanny is inherently
Very
subject
unstable.
to, so some
Another
things can
reason
be
to touch
in it for
nothing.
you and not for others. Yeah.
Did the fire brigade uncover or remove any personal items from the room?
They briefly combed through the debris. Discovered ashes, wood, splinters, broken bricks.
A simple no would suffice. I'm reasonably familiar with the language. I don't suppose you have a bullseye lantern, Forbes.
As it happens, I do not.
I'm not surprised. Fortunately, we are not dependent on your effects.
Why couldn't I use it?
Did Sir Hubert expire in his chair?
The old gentleman was lucky. Never knew what hit him.
Lucky? Is there any predicate to murder victim more inapt than lucky?
You can't prosecute the gas board for an accident.
Spare me your opinion, Forbes. He was murdered as surely as if he took a bullet to the brain. Have Sir Hubert's people been notified, Forbes?
He had no family, Mr. Holmes. Outlived them all. The Diogenes was kith and kin to him these many years. Good tipper he was. I'll miss him.
Your sentiment is touching. Forbes, were any of your own possessions lost in the blast?
Not that I know of. Have you found something of mine?
I'm not certain.
Okay.
Forbes truly is an intractable dunce, Watson. Be prepared for a signal.
With pleasure, Holmes. But please don't be premature. Make certain you have cause. I can't occupy him forever.
Yeah. Good night, Antonova. Have a great rest, great sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. It was good seeing you.
I've asked you not to touch anything, Mr. Holmes. That's club property.
Watson, can you please? What exactly am I supposed to do to give the signal? Just... And I cannot use this, even though we asked for it. We asked for this item, and we have it, and we cannot use it. We are talking about giving a signal to Watson. We just confirmed that it shall happen soon, and we cannot do it. I don't get what the game wants me to do.
So much of the floor is enshrouded, Watson. Ideas?
How did the books and papers come to cover the room?
Not the direction I was headed, but good deduction. I should like to sift through the debris.
What are we burning? Maybe there's something more here. Okay, beam. An immense support beam appears to be kind of linchpin for the accumulated debris. Shift.
I could move it with my shoulder, but it's not worth being crushed by the falling rubble.
Wreckage. Though visibility is restricted, an intriguing mass of rubble and paper debris may be discerned. Pieces of stone and wood deny access to the pile. Lacking illumination, access isn't worth much, and it could be dangerous. Sift. The impenetrable heap confines access to only the most pedestrian of the explosions.
Mr. Holmes, I've told you, touch nothing.
The way he he lies down,
Mr. Holmes,
that's so funny. Okay. No. Can I use this yet? Maybe it doesn't have a battery, is that it? We don't have a battery. Any Diogenes member of or guest overcome by the desire or need to talk came here. Noise being forbidden elsewhere in the club. Never an inviting room, it is now a complete disaster. Certain members will deem this no great loss. Not unexpectedly, the members' lounge was devastated by the concrete. Okay, we read this before. Watson, take him away. It says dark as a rent collector's heart over here.
Watson, do you have a bullseye?
We have a
it's
bullseye.
As dark as a rent collector's
Sherlock,
heart
what
over
the
here.
heck?
I don't have mine, Holmes. Battery's gone. What do you need?
I'd like to shed some light on the situation rather than curse the darkness.
Maybe we don't have a battery.
Come,
Is that
Watson,
it?
let's carry on.
If we must, Holmes. This is a deuced gloomy place.
These timbers must be hewn.
I'm no lumberjack, Holmes, and we have no saw.
There's more than one way to fell a tree.
When you examine the object, it doesn't say it's lacking a battery or anything, so it should be useful, but I cannot use it. I don't get it. Oh. How are they here? Okay, game, what do you want me to do?
Watson, might I have a word?
What is it, Holmes?
Do you see a way to dislodge that particular beam without loss of life or limb?
Remove it from a distance. But Forbes will be unhappy if you interfere with that pile.
Then he must be distracted.
Okay. Is this the signal?
Watson, I was just thinking of that embalmed armadillo.
Do tell, Holmes.
The military implications are momentous. Impenetrable armor plating, low to the ground. Indefatigable diggers. Perhaps they could be bred larger and taught to fire a cannon. I'll get on to the War Department, shall I? You might analyze the shelves. Was the destruction of the book selective or random, based on Babbage's principle of non-discriminating violent action?
As you say, Holmes.
Excellent, Watson, excellent.
Just a moment, Doctor. I'll superintend your activity. Mr. Holmes appears to have gone daft.
Okay. Finally. I don't know what exactly triggered it. Dislodge beam with chain. Sift wreckage. Viv is less than illuminating. Maybe now I can use it. Oh yes. Illuminate wreckage with bullseye. The pile of timber and stone is immovably wedged. A metallic glint sparkles through the ash beneath and beyond the impassable mass, and it could be dangerous.
Here's the little darling, unexpected and therefore most interesting, but an expert would find it even more illuminating.
What did we find? The metallic gleam was not a trick of light. Its source was a small spring. Oh, part of the bomb? White carbon ash and a chemical residue are fused to the spring, which is attached to a ratchet, wheel, and post. Millions of identical mechanisms wind small alarm clocks. An expert might detect more detailed significance. Who is an expert? A bomb expert. So it is part of the... Guess it's a timed bomb made with an alarm clock, is it?
I believe we exhausted the possibilities of this location, Watson.
I hope that you have taken more away from here than I. The fumes are making me woozy.
Woozy. Who is a bomb expert? We don't know any bomb experts. Am I supposed to take it to Scotland Yard?
I hope you're satisfied.
You'd be the last to know, Forbes.
Maybe a watchmaker. Bombinomicon.
A highly satisfactory foray, Watson. We have not been wasting our time.
I hope you have something to support your assertion. I shouldn't like to have endured that bore's company for nothing.
You'll see at a more convenient moment.
You're the bomb expert. Well, there's no watchmaker or bomb expert. Anyway, let's go to Scotland Yard. Oh, maybe we can ask the kid. Okay, music. All right, chill, calm down. Okay, it's over. Shut up. I think it got stuck. MIDI. The amazing MIDI technology. What is the major seventh?
Come along, Watson. The game's afoot.
Quite so, Holmes.
You hear a tritone. I hear a minor second, major seventh. Game is allowed, yes. Could be, yeah. Oh. It's actually not fixing itself. It's actually stuck.
Let me out. Please, let me out.
That was so well timed.
Let's go! Bound on and steady!
Are we going to have to wait until we take control? Okay, it's gone. It's gone.
What are you up to, Wiggins?
Perfecting me education. Care to donate to the cause?
I've no time for jokes.
Then you've no use for me. My life's a joke. A bad one.
I'm sorry I was rude, Wiggins. Stay near, won't you? I'm sure I'll need your assistance.
Maybe we just gotta do the science thing.
Any suspicious persons hanging about, Jonas? Witnessed any extraordinary activities?
That's the
I
scientific
heard old
term.
Chadwick grin like a Cheshire cat at Miss Ventrist. First time in modern
I'm with the
memory
science
anybody
team.
had seen his teeth. Other than that, nothing
I'm with the
special,
science
Mr.
team.
I pitched a fair halfpenny in my day. Like to try me?
Why not? I've got no pressing appointments.
Holmes, have you lost your mind? You're in the midst of an investigation.
A diversion will refresh me, Doctor.
What are we doing? Oh, is he pickpocketing? No. They are playing some sort of a game. I'm not sure what the game is.
Keep the penny for luck, my boy.
Is there anything you're not good at?
Personal relations have never been a strong point, and Greek irregular verbs.
And modesty is often in fairly short supply.
Wiggins, I want you to exercise your powers of observation.
At the usual rate?
Of course. If you remark any suspicious doings outside of 221B or hear anything on the street, report it to me.
My eyes and ears is yours, Mr. Holmes.
Have you made any deductions, Watson?
None, Holmes. I have observed too little and understood even less.
Oh, there we go.
Your honesty is both comfort
Watson
and
we
caution
know
to me.
is
Let
back.
us proceed.
Watson is very scary. He was standing there. He entered through the door. And we just entered because we are just taking off our coat, and he's here. Already sitting, and I'm not sure what he's doing.
What?
We cannot analyze that. Okay, can we talk to Dr. Watson? What Watson?
Are you adding to your journal entries, Doctor?
Yes, though I don't yet comprehend the complexity of our task. Writing will help me sift the data you develop and understand it in my fashion.
Okay. So we weren't supposed to come back here. Maybe we just gotta go to...
It's time we made a move, Watson.
Carry on, Holmes. I'll follow your lead.
Scotland Yard. Ask in there. No, please no. Please no. Not again. How do we go in? We cannot go in anymore?
Which is it's a fair.
Oh, okay. This is how we're going. Maybe she is the expert. Ma'am, are you a bomb expert? Maybe we have to find a way to speak to Mycroft. Okay, we cannot seem to do anything. Oh!
You'll note I'm authorized to investigate matters relating to the Diogenes explosion.
It's nothing to me. The inspector has no standing among my charges, the quick or the dead. In any case, this is a solicitation for cooperation, not an order.
Are you kidding me?
I ask again, in a civil manner, for permission to see my brother. I am his only relation.
I cannot allow sympathy to shift my judgment. Mr. Holmes will not expire anytime soon. There's no need to disturb him and transgress hospital regulations.
That tears it, Watson. It's war.
It's war.
Have you conceived of a perfectly gruesome method for disposing of the brute?
Nothing so permanent, alas. But a diversion might serve us. She can't attend to her patients and her paperwork at once.
Maybe we push this
Watson,
guy.
I'm grateful that mischief is part of your makeup. The invalid might assist
Just push
us.
the gurney down the stairs. I don't think she would care. Probably not. Would you mind if I pushed your gurney to a warmer and more centered spot? Would you mind if I pushed your gurney downstairs, sir?
Would you mind if I pushed your gurney to a warmer and more sanitary spot?
As long as I'm on it, I couldn't care less. Any change of scenery would be appreciated.
That patient must be retrieved. I won't forget this. You've earned trouble for yourselves.
Good luck, sir.
Watson, I think we should take this opportunity to explore the bowels of Bart.
I'm with you, Holmes. I wouldn't want to face her alone.
Oh, hello. Did you bother to ask the man first is what gets you. Exactly. The body lies supine on the... Okay, this is the same thing. Modern Sciences is now equipped to hygienically stockpile the coroner's handiwork. Behind these stainless steel drawers, huge blocks of ice keep the cadavers cold until they are released for burial or cremation.
I trust you are not on a fishing expedition, Mr. Holmes, trying to drum up business. My other patients are not within your purview.
Dr. Macabre, like in macabre, uses this well-crafted mahogany cabinet to temporarily store the effects of patients and victims who pass through his surgery.
Dr. McCabe, might I have a moment of your valuable time?
Not so valuable that I can't afford to spend it as I choose.
Can you tell me how Sir Hubert Fortescue died?
You know better than to ask without authorization, Mr. Holmes.
Well, this, good sir, is the said authorization.
Thank you. It never gives me pleasure to deny or ignore your inquiries, Mr. Holmes, but things must be done properly.
Your findings on Sir Hubert, please, Doctor.
The official cause of death was asphyxiation. There is evidence of extensive brain trauma.
And the laceration on his head?
Occurred before death. It is not, however, the source of the brain injury.
Typically precise and pertinent, Doctor.
Flatterer. Now that you've had your way with me, you'll be off to the new ward, just like Dr. Watson. You'll pass from my morgue like snow in April.
Perhaps. But we all must travel this way again. We are all yours in the end, Doctor.
Wow, so romantic.
Might I examine the body?
Yes, I'll try not to take your request as a criticism of my performance.
Might I see Sir Hubert's clothes?
Help yourself. You know where I keep them.
How many cadavers do you process in a given day?
Too many. Please excuse me. I'm up to my elbows in work.
Not a terribly felicitous expression, considering your vocation.
Perhaps, but accurate. Your visit had a point, I suppose, besides to criticize my choice of words?
Excuse me, Doctor, I was rude.
Here is sundry. Okay, we read that before. Mycroft's soot-stained waistcoat and shirt hang on a peg. His jacket and trousers were shredded and presumably discarded. Sir Hubert's jacket is scorched, though not burned through. His tweed clothing and sturdy shows bespeak an enthusiastic Highlander, though he came no nearer to Scotland than indulging a passion for single malt whiskey. You're more used to Hercule Poirot. He is so much more polite. Yeah, true. True. Is that all? Okay, let's examine the corpse, I guess. Smell. Let's start by smelling, of course. That's what you do with a corpse. The unmistakable scent of burning hair is mingled with that of carbon smoke. Carbon smoke. Examine. Accepting the ME's usual depredations and a deep laceration above his left eye, there are no other indications of anatomical damage. Turn. It's the way Sherlock Holmes walks, with his head completely upright and erect and forward pointing. I don't know. Tiny blisters have appeared in a few places on Sir Hubert's neck and shoulders. Is this all?
Can the stench of carbolic be harmful to one's health, Watson?
You're overly sensitive, Holmes. The morgue must be disinfected regularly. I rather enjoy it.
Chacun son goût, as my French relations say. The rankest abattoir can be no worse. The morgue and a dental office have much in common, Watson.
You mean that one ardently hopes to avoid visits to both?
Exactly. One feels fortunate to emerge and vows to repeat the experience only under duress.
Did Sherlock Holmes just make a joke?
This brings us a little further along, Watson.
Not for the first time, Holmes. You have lost me. What do you mean?
The manner of Sir Hubert's death is a key.
My friend, perhaps you should rest. You're starting to ramble.
Forgive me. Sir Hubert's death confirms your discovery at the club. The explosion's the important thing. What can you tell me about the burns on his back, Doctor?
Mostly first degree. His tweed coat is as heavy as a horse blanket.
Have you conclusions about the nature of the fire which killed him?
I suspect a flash fire. Very hot, oxygen-devouring, but its heat was not sustained.
One that could burn convenient fuel, but move too fast to consume heavy furniture, and, forgive me, flesh?
Precisely.
Never thought about it that way. You might be right. I think we have done everything that can be done here. Thank you, Doc.
You are doing very well.
Oh, there's a body here. Wait.
You're doing very well.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Your curiosity has overcome your judgment, Mr. Holmes. Please do not investigate matters for which you have no brief.
Hello, nurse. Nurse is not... Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, let's look around first. In devotion to the memory of the... Okay, this is the same line.
Can you repeat what my brother has said since you've been on duty?
I'm no eavesdropper. He uses mostly big words, and his language has not been of the highest quality. I've brushed more than once.
But you are no eavesdropper. It's an unsupportable outrage that the health and perhaps the very life of one of Her Majesty's most valued servants should depend on the ministrations of so patent a ninny as Sister Grace.
Are you...
Are you awake, sir? Do you
I
know
strongly
your name?
recommend that this patient's vital signs be taken. You may be surprised by the result.
This anonymous patient is encased in plaster of Paris. The contraptions supporting his limbs are as alarming as they are ingenious. Cursory examination prompts one to wonder how he breathes and attends to other functions. A discarded tea trolley has been pressed into service as a conveyance for bedpans, towels, and talcum powder. Patients may place spectacles, medicines, or meager, I think it's misspelled, personal effects on these stands, but not all at the same time. Mycroft's table supports a small water glass, a cheap Budweiser, and a relatively new Salvation Army hymnal. That was it. That was the examination. Just blow some dust. Each patient paperwork hangs on the wall above his night table. To medicos, a patient without paperwork is as useless as a jockey without a horse. He throws. The unsigned receipt records 2 keys on a ring, a black leather card case with the letters MH embossed in gold, a wallet containing £16, and a check.
Now, Watson, the means to probe Mycroft's inner sanctum are in hand.
Did we get a drill? Mycroft's face and scalp are lacerated and singed. His concussions is described as severe. As proof, he declaims in enigmatic fragments. Though a devotee of word games since childhood, his mode of speech seems less than intentional.
Hello, brother. You're keeping well, I hope?
Yes. Elephant ears, too inquisitive by half. Imbecilic, treacherous louts. Those fools are playing at what? What? Oh, where are you? Sherlock!
Calm yourself, Mycroft. I'm right here. Tell me why you summoned us to the Diogenes.
No. It's safe. Joburg chaps, first rate, who died but was not born.
That's too obscure. What's safe? My brain isn't everything it might be, Mycroft. Nor is yours, it seems. What is it, Mycroft? What do you have for me? Where do you have it?
Where's the heart? Shush. Here's a secret. Sahara has none. Better than cursing the darkness.
What?
Come again?
What does Sahara not have?
So
Water?
Tired. Now I lay me down to sleep.
Mycroft, do you recall Clifford, Ashley, Buckingham, Arlington, and Lauderdale?
A clique of intriguers. Are they back? Where?
His incapacity is not permanent. He knows a cabal when he hears it.
Exactly. That's what I was asking Mycroft.
His club's in ruins. He wouldn't risk his offers. Home is where the heart is. He must mean he has something at his digs.
I'd rather not get nicked for breaking and entering.
I'll hardly be denied access to my own brother's flat.
Do you imagine a senior minister's portal is more easily penetrable than Mrs. Hudson's door?
As always, Watson, you make an excellent point. I'm armed to do battle with Matron, Doctor. I trust you will support me.
At your service, Holmes. We shall secure Mycroft's effects or die in the attempt.
When Stevenson wrote that there is nothing like a little judicious levity, he might have added, thank heaven. Have you made anything of Mycroft's speech, Watson?
No. I wish I'd read Freud's recent work more closely. Or perhaps the neurologist would be more informative. He can talk in symbols and anagrams and riddles, but conventional speech seems impossible. Were we not desperate for information, it would be entirely fascinating.
But as we are desperate, it is aggravating. We must be inventive.
You're read Freud? You've not read his research either.
Shame! Shame!
As a courtesy, Matron, I inform you that we are going inside.
Given your reprehensible behavior,
What a shame.
Mr. Holmes, I don't think so.
Were I to inform the director that you left
Shame.
the patient untended for hours
Shame.
and exposed him to a contagious virus, she is sure
Too
to take
early.
a very dim view of your performance. You have been negligent, Matron, and you have violated your own precious hospital policy.
The patient required no special treatment. He was admitted with a minor head injury.
That's as may be, but his fall resulted from his sickness. He is critically ill with a respiratory ailment. Exposure to flu could kill him. Shall we keep your oversight among ourselves?
Yes.
Please be more careful in future.
Did we win the boss fight?
Please retrieve my brother's effects, matron, immediately.
I'll take up your behavior with the director, Mr. Holmes. Your ruse has violated the essence of hospital policy.
Where are the things, lady? Give me Mycroft's things. Where are they?
Matron, this receipt is in order. Spare me the lecture and produce the effects.
I note that age has not improved your intractable character.
Allegations of theft or misappropriation would not serve the hospital. I'll sign for the keyring. You may keep the wallet and other items.
Oh. Oh, something's going on. Something's going on there. Okay. Okay. Now there are double phasons. Okay, maybe something wasn't going on. It looked like this nurse brought that man in here, but maybe he brought him in somewhere else. Maybe it was another nurse. Anyway, now it's time to go to Mycroft's home, I guess. Yes. New place.
I don't recognize the character at the door. Be circumspect.
I'll follow your lead, Holmes.
Did he just leave? The plant is well tended and watered. Someone has taken much trouble to raise it in the hostile London climate. An agapanthus graces the interway to the arms. It's an liliaceous plant, with funnel-shaped flowers and tropical pretensions, widely cultivated for ornamental gardens in South Africa. I'm going to get a save.
What is your name, if I might ask?
Colleran, sir. Bob Colleran. How may I be of service?
Mr. Mycroft Holmes is my brother, Colleran. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if we waited for him upstairs.
That would be out of order, sir. You are not expected, sir. Unexpected guests are not received by residents.
Colleran, I assure you I can be trusted upstairs. My brother summoned me.
So you say. Have you not heard of Mr. Sherlock Holmes? He is our most famous detective. His cases are the talk of all London. I believe little of what I hear, sir, and nothing of what I read in the press.
I should have identification which should entitle me to some consideration.
Consideration, no. But if you can prove your relationship, perhaps an explanation is owing.
Well, first of all, good sir, this is the summons.
That's hardly decisive, sir. M could be anybody.
But it does show who I am.
Perhaps. Look, even if I let you into the vestibule, which I won't, you couldn't get into his flat. I couldn't let you in even if I wanted to, and I don't. Mr. Holmes has the only key.
I have his key, good sir. Okay.
A card doesn't confirm identity, sir. It proves nothing except you've taken the trouble to have one made up.
Are you joking?
Lestrade requests my cooperation? I think not. I've never even heard of the man. Very interesting.
What? I have the guy's keys. Okay.
I see you have lately returned from South Africa.
I might have done.
You worked in the mines at least a year, but not for any of the usual reasons.
How do you know? Is it my voice? I fool most people.
I observed you, Colleran, nothing more. You are some sort of government official, I take it?
In a manner of speaking, sir. I'll appreciate no more questions along those lines. Let's just say I'm charged with the welfare of the residents here and their possessions.
Could we go in now, Colleran?
How did you come by the keys? Your welfare depends on your answer.
Did you think
there is no need to manhandle me. Are you a villain?
No. Now make me believe
Are you a
that
villain,
you aren't.
villain? Huh? Are you?
Very
There is something particular about that driver, Watson.
You carry suspicion to excess, Holmes. He looks ordinary enough, though his tailor is a good bit more skillful than mine.
Unless I'm mistaken, he has a pistol in his pants.
There are
Or maybe
brigands everywhere
he's just happy
these
to
days.
see you.
But not on Pall Mall, Doctor. Look him over, please. His posture is familiar.
Hey, Jam Farmer. Welcome. How are you today?
Have you learned anything of significance, Watson?
Perhaps. The driver resembles one of Lestrade's lackeys from years ago, party named Tallboy.
That's right. I remember him now.
Would you call election music polka?
Suggestions, Watson?
I wish I had one.
For you,
Holmes. I'm
yes.
sorry. The brilliance of
But
Pall
only
Mall
for
makes
you.
me feel duller than usual.
Good evening, Grandmaster Farmer. Good evening. I'm doing well, thank you. This particular cab, though it looks like any of London's ubiquitous hansoms, is probably dedicated to the service of certain of the building's residents, to carry its name for its designer, the late J.A. Hansom. This cab has been sitting for some time. The wheels are cold.
Suggestions?
I wish I had one, Holmes. I'm sorry.
Do you know my brother was injured in the Diogenes explosion?
You've got my attention.
We took him to Bart's. I got his keys from there. I'm not at liberty to say more.
If you don't, you may be without liberty, period.
That sounded distinctly like a threat.
As you like.
My brother summoned me, Colleran, but the explosion struck him down before we met. I'm trying to discover the reason for his rare summons.
Nice.
He is currently unable to speak cogently.
A more straightforward
Very
approach
cool.
might have served you better. I'm still not certain who you are.
Constable Tallboy, isn't it? Could I have a moment of your time?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, though I'm no longer with the force.
Would you be so kind as to vouch for my bona fides to Mr. Colleran?
I wouldn't mind. These two is all right, Colleran. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Done more than one good turn for me when I was with the CID.
Thank you, Tallboy. Still at your appointed post, Tallboy?
Now and always, Mr. Holmes. It's good work, but not much of it. My clients prefer to walk.
Please ensure we are not disturbed while we are upstairs, Colleran.
Depend on it, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, we are in. Nothing's stopping me. I'm unstoppable. Adorable. Painting seems indulgent in the age of photography. The charms of Mycroft's portraits are for the most part wasted on a sensibility which cannot appreciate them. His well-colored reprint of Rembrandt's Jeremiah is hung askew. Oh? Mycroft regrets that Renfrew's bust fails to capture Talleyrand's courageous character. Though often described as a corrupt opportunist, Mycroft thinks his policies were consistently aimed at peace and stability for all Europe. To transport the bust more than a few feet would require the brute strength of a circus strongman. The base of the bust is solid and covers nothing on the mantle. The mantle hearth is spotless. Watson would commend the char, not knowing that Mycroft never heats the ornamental room. On those occasions when Colt conquers his frugality, he puts on a fire in the snug comfort of his bedroom, because there is something hidden in here. That must be why. The Rembrandt badly conceals a built-in safe. In a classic bit of poor design, the combination tumbler is not set flush to the wall. Were it locked, a child with a basic command of numbers could open it. Mycroft forgot combination years ago. He never kept anything of value or important in there. Tradition continues. Fireplace. Okay, let's keep looking around. The unsafe in the wall. Painting seems indulgent in the age of photography. The charms of Mycroft's portraits are for the most part wasted on a sensibility which cannot appreciate them. I read this, didn't I? Mycroft protects his library with barrister-style shelves. His collection of classics compete for space with an eclectic range of abstruse monographs and first editions. His political holdings run from Machiavelli to Marx. Mycroft's ancient Greek classics are beautifully bound in Moroccan leather. The pages are unblemished by marginal rods. The text is based on Manutius' Aldine edition. I have no idea that. This is another of Mycroft's museum quality effects. It is unmarred by cigarette burns and has never served as footrests. A creature of habit, if not an utter slave to it, Mycroft's leather-covered chair is an exact replica of one he favored until recently at the Diogenes Club. From Mycroft's usual vantage point, one sees nothing, well, except the fireplace. But that's the thing, isn't it? What does he see? Why does he look at here? Maybe we need to have it open to notice something. Well, it could be the one in the bedroom as well. If this rosewood tea table had ever witnessed so much as a close encounter with cutlery or comestibles... What is comestibles? The news of the same would shock Mycroft to his shoes. He dines out exclusively. Comestibles means food. The neatly stacked back issues of Punch and the Tatler indicate that Mycroft's story of information about current events ends in late 1885. The neatly stacked back issues... didn't I just read this? Mycroft's knowledge of modern popular culture and society is almost completely harvested from magazines. Hand-woven in senna knots and made from camel hair and wool, this exotic Kazakh rug is over 200 years old. In 1869, Mycroft purchased it at a Parisian flea market from a Polish count who had experienced a massively bad run at the baccarat tables in Cannes. Edibles. Not even a speck of dust is allowed to hide beneath Mycroft's carpet. Bible. The celebrated Complutensian Polyglot Bible, edited in the 16th century under Cardinal Jimenez's critical eyes, lays open on a mahogany reading stand. Though Mycroft is as devout as the next man, he consults the great book primarily to complete obscure queries in the Times crossword. The book, open at Psalms, is printed in Hebrew, Chaldee, Greek and Latin. Tyndale's glosses and masterful commentaries are provided in this version, increasing the book's great length to several thousand pages.
I love you, cheese.
Mycroft was attacked, was done for a reason. I know it from Monty Python's sketch, the cheese shop. You sailed forth, infiltrated your place of purveyance to negotiate the vending of some cheesy comestibles. I love you, cheese. The delicate onion skin pages disguise the book's enormous volume. Some pages are expertly illuminated.
The place that has known him will know him no more. Oh, Watson, the psalm is too apt.
Think no more of it, Holmes. Mycroft will recover, I'm sure.
The bottles are purely decorative and might as well be nailed down. In the continental style, Mycroft entertains rarely and never at home. One might sooner find a ruby under one's pillow than be offered a whiskey and soda here. I read that. The fact that these windows provide a superb vista of St. James Square would be a revelation to Mycroft. They are too far removed from his chair for him to conveniently take in the view. The diaphanous drapery disperses sunlight and minimizes damage to his library. Okay,
I too love butts.
You love cheese and butts? Those are the two things that you love most. Talk to Watson before we move on to the bedroom.
Can you deduce a man's character from his furnishings, Watson?
Domestic fixtures cannot define a complex personality, but certain traits may be inferred from them. Mycroft appears fastidious, intellectually rigorous, and intensely private.
You never disappoint. Add willful, secretive, and lethargic to that list, and you have a serviceable thumbnail sketch. This room has exhausted my imagination. Shall we move on?
As you wish, Holmes. But from what I know of your brother, I would counsel patience.
Faultless advice, but that commodity is currently in short supply. How do you find my brother's taste in art, Watson?
Very refined. Decisive proof that the family are not all Philistines.
Oh, you're becoming too skilled at setting barbs in my artistic judgment.
It's not difficult to hit such a large target. Come now, Holmes. A man excellent in so many things must accept exaggerated notice of his sole self-admitted deficiency.
Assume Mycroft has written something for my eyes only. Where might he conceal it?
An office diary. Letters at his club?
Too public, too little control, insufficient access.
Here then, in a portable notebook or journal.
A fair guess, were he not pathologically thrifty and compulsively secretive. To him a common notebook would be an extravagance. Were he so inclined, he could write a novella in his minuscule hand in cipher on an envelope, preferably used.
So maybe he wrote in the Bible?
Have you spied anything of significance, Watson?
No. But how did you know that Colleran had recently come from South Africa?
I noted 3 items, Doctor. He speaks with the Uitlander inflection, but he is British. His uncalloused hands have been browned by the spring sun, so he worked outside but not in the diggings, and his well-tended agapanthus has not endured a London winter.
It seems simple when you say it. I'd be annoyed were I not impressed.
But how do you know that it was his flower? Oh, I don't think I examined the tea table. If this rosewood tea table had ever witnessed so much as a close encounter with cutlery or commerce... Oh, I read this. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Let's not push it. Let's go to... bedroom. If you find nothing here, we will go back. I assume this is what goes back to the living room. Written on KFC wrappers? Sure. Chart. Mycroft's greatest passion after puzzles is numbers. This chart displays fascinating but failed attempts to disprove Fermat's last theorem and the first 100 prime numbers. For distinguished service to recent governments, Mycroft has received portraits of their principals. Disraeli and Gladstone hang in closer proximity than those two worthies ever cared to be in life. The current PM may have a gravy stain on his cravats. At this high setting, the lamp can illuminate the entire room. Mycroft burns refined whale oil to avoid the smoke and smell of conventional fuels. A celebrated tout for whom Mycroft performed a discreet service expressed his appreciation with this ebony thoroughbred. While not strictly a devotee of the turf, Mycroft admires the form of the English running horse. Dispatch case. This hardshell correspondence case bears the imperial ensign of Great Britain. The Queen's seal joins the embossed rampant lion. Such cases are given only to Her Majesty's senior ministers. The case appears locked. The second key on Mycroft's ring opens his case, but locking it was pro forma. It contains nothing but extra handkerchief. The globe is one of Mycroft's prized possessions, constructed on Tlamaque, I don't know. Principles, it's a reproduction of the spherical map made by Crates of Malus. Crates of Malus. Yeah, I think so.
Wanted to do that for years, Watson. When it was in his study, Father forbade us from playing with the earth, as he said.
By predilection, Mycroft spends most of his life seated. Advised by his physician to give his capacious lap an occasional holiday, he takes what he considers vigorous exercise by standing at this desk. As a boy, Mycroft was fond of Poe Sloyd, the Chevalier Dupin. Dupin? His own clandestine nature, however, would not allow him to conceal written secrets in what Dupin would call their most obvious and self-evident hiding place. Mycroft keeps his stockings and underclothes in the desk's drawers. Amazing. Candlestick. Candlestick. A pocket of swan vestas sits beside a polished brass candlestick holder. Though the white candle knob was recently lit, there is no sign of the spent match. The candlestick's drip pan appears well designed but contains no wax. Notwithstanding the heavy green felt that covers its base, the candlestick sat on a half sheet of full scrap paper. This duplicate protection for the desk may be another instance of Mycroft's exaggerated sense of caution. He is, after all, a man who wears both bracers and a belt. Foolscap. Several dollops of white wax dot a portion of the inexpensive scrap paper. But maybe there's something written on the other side. The wax flecked of verse is otherwise unblemished. Some legible doodlings on the reverse appear to constitute a kind of puzzle or quiz. It reads... Oh, okay. B, Q, Q, M, Z... H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O.
This is promising. Mycroft has devised a message for me.
Indeed, but what does it say?
What it says is obvious, Doctor. The question is, what does it mean?
So, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O are letters ordered as they are in the alphabet, right? Mycroft is compulsively devoted to puzzles of all types. He has contrived a kind of word game and recorded it in his minuscule hands. Dictionary. Just hold your face on the keyboard. Thank you, Daisy. The reference pages contain the words anachronisms to anamnesis and cinnamon to circle. Anachronism and anamnesis, cinnamon to circle. Thumb. Let's go to inventory. Sol. Oh. 8, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5. But
I'm at a loss.
My expectations are not...
We'll figure it out. We will. Though indolent in most matters unrelated to his work, Mycroft dresses meticulously. He sets out his suit ahead of time to see if it needs special brushing or pressing. The valet is understandably naked. I don't understand why the letter and blank numbers are not the same. Mycroft is too well-mannered to drink directly from a jug. He keeps a crystal water glass nearby so he can shake his night thirsts. Digits are of different values. Let's talk to Watson. Can you deduce a man's character from his furniture?
Can you deduce a man?
Well, domestic fixtures cannot define it.
You never disappoint.
We already talked about this. The globe is not without interest.
The globe is not without interest.
Beautiful art. But the cartographer was an idiot. There's no channel. England appears as a contiguous part of Europe. Very odd notion.
My brother and I think the idea of a united Europe has merit.
That's as may be, but it's geographically insupportable.
What captures your attention, Watson?
Mycroft appears to work in his bedroom. Does he never rest?
By nature he's a slug, but when he's on the Queen's shilling, his relentless toil is the stuff of legend in Whitehall. The dispatch case was virtually empty, not surprising.
Has the flat been robbed?
Watson, please restrain your imagination. Have you seen signs of burglary? Mycroft rarely uses the case, considers it a provocation. Anything that invites public notice is anathema to him. I'm faltering, wasting precious time. Perhaps Mycroft is now more lucid.
Whatever you say, Holmes. Bart's is not too far away. I am not hopeful.
No. We'll solve the puzzle. Let's keep looking at everything first. Wait, let's try showing it to... Can I show it to the globe? Does it work that way? No.
Remark, Watson, the writing is a puzzle. BQQMZ, HIJKLMNO, ampersand, BTU.
If you say so. The words need merely to be deciphered and followed, then?
Mycroft does not compose it for his amusement. I believe it conceals a set of instructions.
BQQMZ. Well, do not share your thoughts with me. Anachronism to anamnesis, cinnamon to circle. To reference page isn't bookmarked? Is that what? Okay, we can light it. Let's light it. And... I thought maybe we could hold it against the light or something. Okay, let's look at the letters then. I don't think there is anything left to examine in this area. There may be something back there, but... Okay. So, what could this be? Can I write... I cannot write numbers. Let her do what? Anything she wants. I cannot write numbers, so...
Let us out!
And BTU. HIJK LMNO. Let me get a list of English alphabet letter numbers. Okay. So B is 2. Q is 17. M is 13. Z is 26. B is 2. Q 17. So Z is not prime, the others are prime. H is 8. O is 15, so 8 to 15, 8 through 15. We have that. Ampersand BTU. 2, 20, 21. There are 16 letters, not counting ampersands, and 15 blanks to fill. Could it be the letters A, P, P, L, Y, apply, G, H, I, apply. So I am choosing one letter before this. B, Q, Q, M, Z, the letters before those are A, P, P, L, Y, but the rest doesn't. Apply. It makes sense, but maybe it's not the solution. How would the rest work? G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N. H2O. 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 Water. H2O is water. Okay. And BTU. Apply water and A, S, T. And BTU. And BT and BTU. Apply water. What is and BTU? AST and AST and AST. Apply water. Something AST. Apply water fast. What is ampersand? I don't get it. And apply water lasts. Apply water casts. And BTU. PTU. Maybe the letters after C, U, V. C, U, V. Apply water and I am not supposed to understand and. It is part of the instructions. Apply water and do something. So BTU is a 4-letter word then. Exactly. We need to find step 2 and then we will profit. Apply water. Heat. Apply water and heat. What is VTU though? BTU. Is that short for some sort of element? Yeah, it's 3 letters. British textile underwear. Could be. AST.
Clever.
It's heat.
Apply H2O.
But why is it heat? I don't get it.
Very nice.
I mean,
Apply water and heat. Excellent. I think I can accommodate him in situ.
I don't understand why it is heat though. So apply heat makes sense, right? A 4-letter word, and we have candlestick here. So I imagined, I guessed that it might be heat, but I don't understand it. Why is BTU heat? British Thermal Unit. Oh, really? Well, I wouldn't have guessed that. Okay. British Thermal Unit. Is it like something used back in the day? Other things are still measured in BTUs. Oh, really? Never heard of it. I got lucky, okay. Dunk in glass. The reason how, I mean, the way I guessed heat is also because we were able to light this up for no reason. I kinda metagamed there. We can fill this with water. So once I figured out H2O, I realized that this is going to be used. And something else is going to be used. And we lit up candlestick for no reason. That's why I thought it might be heat. If you buy barbecue in the States, it'll be rated in BTUs. Your thought was bitumen. Bitumen? Your thought was bitumen. I think that's way nearer. Heat. Well, that was a very nice puzzle, honestly. The first game didn't have any puzzles like this. I loved that puzzle.
Note the red tint, Watson. Mycroft used sympathetic ink of cobalt and saltpeter. Water sets up a chemical reaction and heat causes the writing to reappear. It's pure Poe. The message reads, "See books in Greek."
See books in Greek. See or see? Like is in body of water. See books in Greek. Okay. I actually have to take a short break before we continue. Let's exit this room. I shall be back in a few minutes. Let's get a save here, just in case. So I shall be back in a few minutes, less than 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads and play some clips as usual. Just thank you for your patience with those. And stay tuned. Yeah, I shall be right back. Hopefully I don't need to gather my party to venture forth.
You must gather your party before venturing forth. You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I will enter this room, not that. Okay, I changed my mind.
have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine. I should probably do this right. Sorry.
This better be good. What
Well, they're old friends. They won't mind. Help me. Maybe these offspring of your species will listen to you. Hey, you kids, leave that Ithorian alone.
Why do you care what happens to some scummy alien? He's just a freak.
Yeah, he isn't even supposed to be in the upper city.
Just because he's different doesn't give you the right to attack him.
Come on, let's go. I don't want to listen to this alien lover anymore.
That's how you conduct an orchestra.
Come on,
Come here! Come here! You can't run away forever. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
Put the weapon down. Put the weapon down.
Hey.
Same old story. Very clever.
What? What? No, I was looking at chat. I was looking at the chat. How are you alive?
He's had enough. You're very probably right.
There you go. That's what you get.
There was a time when things would have gone very different.
Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. So, oh, wait, what did I press? Oh, tab opens inventory.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Tazel. Okay, it's good to know. It's a nice shortcut. So let's see books in Greek. Wait, how do I... Mycroft's Greek, okay. See books in Greek. Wait, what is books in Greek? Like the language? What is the word books in Greek language? Does anyone know, or should I just find the dictionary? I can look it up as well, I'm just asking if anyone knows. Let's see. English to Greek, but it should be ancient Greek. English to ancient Greek. Ancient Greek dictionary online. Books. But I cannot read these. It still greets you. cannot read these words. Okay. I don't know. I don't think that's the solution. Nah, that's good. I close the tab. Let's check the Bible. Maybe it's the Bible. Books. Oh, the books. Peruse big middle end. Book of Proverbs. What was it? What are the sections of Bible? There is the book of
Of course, the beginning. Genesis. Who died but was not born? Adam. I am a goose.
I didn't get it at all. Oh, we found something in the Bible. Written yellowish paper allows neither new or unused, though no writing is immediately visible. Was it Plato who said that? It's so great.
Aha! He's done it again. If one puzzle is good, two must be better.
A blank unattached sheet of parchment blended perfectly with the pages of the Bible. The paper appears neither new or unused. So I didn't understand what we did. I am assuming one of the beginning parts of the Bible was something in something books or other. And that's how we found it. But I'm not sure what we actually did. Blank unattached sheet of parchment blended perfectly with the pages of Bible. But we cannot use this. You solved the puzzle is what you... I did, but how exactly did I solve it? I don't know. I looked in the Bible. Perused the beginning section. Why did I do that? And I cannot use this paper. I was thinking of dunking it in water and then heating it again, but no, it's not happening. What to do with an empty paper? That cannot be used anywhere.
We have what he concealed. We must discover the secret it contains.
Again, you've lost me, Holmes.
It is more sympathetic ink. This parchment contains a message, or I'm a bigger dunce than Mycroft thought possible.
Dunk it in water immediately.
Not on your life. Mycroft would never use the same source twice. Indeed, water might destroy it. Better to know with what he wrote it.
Yeah, so how do we figure that out? Pen? Ah! Okay. A fine French fountain pen called the Imperial rests on the desk. If Mycroft did not consider himself undressed without his pen, one might think that this is the one he always carries on his person. Tests. What are we going to do now? Though no ink appeared to flow from the pen, the nib feels damp, as does the paper. Several dollops of white wax dot a portion of the inexpensive scrap paper. Shake. The ink barrel contains a colorless liquid. It looks like cloudy water.
Were we anywhere else, colorless ink might surprise me.
Taste. The liquid has a starchy taste. Mycroft has been indulging his propensity for cryptic communication with sympathetic inks.
If you require refreshment, Holmes, let us retreat to 221B. Mrs. Hudson can prepare something more suitable.
Very funny.
I'm nourishing my brain, Watson, not my stomach. I believe Mycroft has been experimenting with rice water.
Yeah. But what kind? Rice water, so it's rice water. How do you read rice water?
Were we anywhere else?
If you require...
I'm nourishing my brain, Watson, not my stomach. I believe Mycroft has been experimenting with rice water.
What do you do to read rice water? Do we maybe use one of these objects? Foolscap. So several dollops of white wax dot a portion of the inexpensive scrap paper. So I cannot pick it up or use it anywhere. Nor the paper I have. What's so difficult about reading rice water? What do you mean? It's just not 9 letters easy. Okay. Okay. Dictionary, desk. Maybe there's something back in the living room. You boil it, then eat it. How do you read an invisible ink made from rice water? Is the question. Browse. Maybe I have to talk to Watson. Why am I not talking to Watson? Let's talk to Watson.
He that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. Too true, Watson.
The author of Ecclesiastes was not speaking of you, I think.
We have what we need, Watson. Let us return to the friendly
confines.
Do?
A blank piece of paper? Surely you
I have to use... Okay.
Perhaps you should sit for a moment and collect your wits.
My wits, as you are pleased.
I have to use the lab
collecting dust,
at
Doctor.
home.
Let us proceed. The currently invisible must be made patent.
Okay. I see. We are not going to solve it here. We are going to solve it back home.
Pleased to have seen you, Mr. Holmes. My best to your brother.
Let's go home. Analyze.
As I recall, Poe liked Zaff and a diluted mixture of aqua regia for sympathetic ink.
True. A green tint would prove it, but I don't believe Mycroft used an acid. It might be simple rice water.
How can you prove it?
The proper vapor should provide us with an answer.
What is the proper vapor? Do we do something green? Ferric sulfates? Silver nitrates? Iodine? I guess this is what people were saying when these sections were simply, you know, brute forcing the different chemicals. The game doesn't give you information. Does it expect you to be a chemist?
Tactical analysis.
Iodine. It was iodine that we needed.
Yes. Rice water by all means. Here it is, Watson. Gradually appearing. I'll read it. Sherlock, you've likely heard all of what follows at the Diogenes. I've prepared a digest as much to assuage my anxiety as for your convenience. May you have better reason to consult it than indulgence of my suspicious nature, or that its source is unavailable for comment. Allow me to re-emphasize the central points. 1. The moment the formula was discovered missing, my committee mounted a confidential inquiry. 2. Without substantive progress, the members inexplicably moved to adjourn. They would have terminated the inquiry altogether had I not intervened. Given their recalcitrance, my hopes are not high that we shall meet again. 3. Items 1 and 2 give rise to 2 questions. Who stole the formula, and why did the committee quash the investigation? I haven't a clue to the answers. Regrettably, my committee members must be considered as prime suspects in both matters. They are Lord Dennis Lawton, Mr. Horace Silverbridge, Sir Avery Fanshawe, and Mr. Philip Bledsoe. After initially promoting an investigation, they suddenly claimed that no theft had been proven, and that no vital information had been compromised. This is false. In unfriendly hands, this formula could have catastrophic consequences. Presuming the members are not traitors, idiots, or dupes, are they being coerced to make this patently ridiculous and dangerous claim? If so, by whom, and to what purpose? With respect to the theft, do not neglect ministry clerks, Thomas Pratt and Eldridge Whitney, and a feisty but engaging char named Agnes Ratchet. All 7 have sufficient means and opportunity to remove the document from its restricted room. You must discreetly discover the motive for the theft. I remind you that you have no official standing, and I must insist on complete confidentiality. For the moment, even the ministry must be off limits. Personnel should remain ignorant of your purpose, you may use no police resources, and you have no obvious leverage with the committee. Your inquiry must be organized by my suspicions and your own observations and deductions. I trust they will be sufficient. You've often found my suspicious nature amusing, and my penchant for clandestine measures absurd. So they may be, but as my current misgivings have devastating implications, I've taken these precautions in the event they may be well-founded. Mycroft. P.S. Did I mention that Dewar is securely hidden in Bermondsey, typically oblivious? At last, Watson, we have material facts. We have relevant knowledge and a structure on which to pin it.
Can we look at this again? In his regular but microscopic hand, Mycroft has recorded a summary of his suspicions on the thin parchment. Save for some yellowing, the paper was unaffected by the iodine. Okay. Formula. A formula was discovered missing. Mycroft says D formula. I have no idea what formula is. Is Sherlock supposed to know? The formula. I guess he was supposed to tell us about it, but we couldn't meet him. So a formula is discovered missing. Investigation committee immediately mounted the confidential inquiry. They adjourned. Scheduled to meet again. Who stole it and why? And why did the committee unanimously move to quash? So there are 7 people. Lord Dennis Lawton, Mr. Horace Silverbridge, Sir Avery Fanshawe, Mr. Phillips Bledsoe. These are members of the committee. After initially promoting an investigation, they suddenly claimed that no theft had been proven. Maybe they all stole it. And the other 3 people, Ministry of Defense clerks, Thomas Pratt, Aldridge Whitney, and Agnes Ratchet. So there are 7 people who might have stolen the formula. What is this? Dewar is working in Coffin Lane, typically oblivious. I have no idea what that means. I guess the game is just starting.
This matter is highly confidential, Watson. Are you continuing your journal entries?
Posterity deserves a record of our inquiry, Holmes, even if the current generation must be ignorant of it.
I'm acquainted with none of the suspects. Do you know any of them?
Lawrence is the only familiar
welcome,
name,
Raiders.
But I'm not sure why. Perhaps we could discreetly trace them from the Ministry.
For now, the Ministry is off
I'm
limits,
going to...
and police
Great.
inquiries are, of course,
Hey,
out of
Elephantine.
question.
Welcome.
This summary will shape our investigation.
I'm going to mute
we must
this as
deal
soon
with
as the
Mycroft's
dialogue
suspicions without
stops.
the assistance of other agencies.
Welcome, everyone. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid.
Your
Reacts.
sound card works perfectly.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Let's give you a shout out. What were you playing? Horizon Zero Dawn.
Make cake.
How did it go, Viriax? Hey, Lost, welcome. Evening. Good to see you, as always.
Okay, shoulder pad dude.
Gothic 2.
Requesting.
Hello, hi, hello. Message this way. Woo. What are you laughing at?
Oh dear. Thank God, that's probably the funniest thing you've ever said. Hello, Mr. Mancini.
You never know what's happening. I'm curious though. Why did you laugh? Why were you laughing, Variax? Tell us.
I've got hiccups now.
You got hiccups? Oh. It never make any sense. Your sound got worse?
Oh,
Sound
okay.
blaster? Yes, exactly. Exactly. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. How is Horizon Zero Dawn going? And pay a visit to Big Wiz stream if you have never been there. Definitely. He plays great games. Lots of fun always. And great streamer. Great content creator. Lots of stuff on YouTube as well. Years of content to look at. If you are new, you're in for a treat. And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. And we usually play RPGs and point and clicks here. We are playing the second game in the Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes series, The Case of the Rose Tattoo. It is a very slow going game, but we are making progress, so happy that you could join us and welcome. Not fun, serious stream, for serious gamers. I see, okay. No fun, very serious stream, no jokes allowed, no laughing, as you heard in the clip, there was no one laughing there. Everyone was very seriously sneezing and, you know, gaming, serious gaming. Hope you enjoy your time here. Laughing? I know. It's unimaginable. These YouTube content is classic old school RPG content. Exactly. There's so much good stuff there. No laughing, only roughing. Well, roughing up the baddies, the villains, as you do. How are you enjoying Horizon Zero Dawn? What was it the name? I already forgot. Horizon Zero Dawn. First playthrough, session 5. How are you enjoying it, Variax? Kelly's might locate some of the suspects. Have you seen
Kelly's might locate some of the suspects. Have you seen it?
Invaluable volume. It's around here somewhere, perhaps on the tea table. A team of archaeologists and a minor excavation might unearth
Okay,
it.
Tyson. Have a great rest. Have a great sleep. I shall see you next time, hopefully. Take care. No laughing, but Leisure Suit Larry is a classic. No, no laughers allowed.
Mycroft's behavior is emblematic of two poles of his character. He is perspicacious and lazy.
What do you mean?
It's very good.
He was perceptive and rigorous to the point where his analysis would have required physical effort. He suspected danger and took precautions.
I don't know much
he
about the
prepared
game.
an encoded
I
briefing.
don't
He called
even know
for assistance.
what it looks like.
But now he lies in hospital because he miscalculated the danger to
Is
himself.
it like a
and that he did because it would have inconvenienced him to act upon the
shooter
accurate
game?
calculation. Typical.
What are these other precautions? Who is Dewar?
Professor
First person,
James
third
Dewar
person.
is a chemist at
What's
the
it like?
University of London. I suspect he is
Oh, Dewar,
involved in
okay.
either the invention or the perfection of the explosives formula Mycroft mentions.
Why hide him in Bermondsey?
A formula is often more by way of signpost for a mixture than an explicit recipe. Mycroft may have reasoned that the inventor of the complex formula was at risk
It's
from
like
those
the
who
newer
stole
Tomb
the
Raider
formula.
games. Okay,
Should we not
I
check
understand.
on him?
Indeed we must, but he's not first on my list. Mycroft has already done what he could for Dewar.
A lot of those games feel very dry and cookie cutter to me, but you are saying this one is, well, so it deserves to be looked at, I suppose. If I enjoyed that kind of game, I would have given it a go.
Mycroft's list of the potential crimes missed it by one.
Oh,
Yes,
who
I
else?
see. He didn't consider someone might try to kill him. Given his other suspicions, the committee members are obvious candidates.
Neglect of the obvious must always be an error, Doctor. While I doubt their direct involvement, the crimes are certainly related. They may feed off one another.
We have a three-headed investigation. Who stole the formula and why? Who
Okay, this standard
terminated
action
the
RPG,
investigation
it's
and
crafting.
why? And who tried to
There's
kill
enough unique to
Mycroft?
make it worth.
For the moment, I
okay.
won't displace my attempt to find Mycroft's assailant with the other matters.
Interesting. Maybe it's worth looking at. If it has enough RPG elements.
Have we neglected assistance from any quarter, Watson?
I don't believe you've fully exploited your journalistic connection. I know you value his knowledge and connections.
It may be time to pay him another visit.
So, what is this book? Kelly's? Something? This book? Is it this book? Not really proper RPG elements. Simple. Okay, got it. Directory. This annually published volume is the most recent installment of Kelly's Post Office Directory. For a small fee to the listee, it provides addresses of the private residences and commercial establishments in Greater London. Are we going to use this now? How are we going to... Okay, peruse. Silverbridge, Lawton, and Pratt are listed. We'll have to find the others by more inventive means. So at least 3 more locations are unlocked.
Silverbridge, Pratt, and Lord Lawton are listed in Kelly's. We'll have to find the others by more inventive means.
Did Mycroft hold specific suspicions of any one of the 7, do you suppose?
Hard to say, but conspiracy implies multiple suspects. Recommendations, Watson?
Nothing material, Holmes, I'm sorry. Despite your best efforts, I've understood little of what I've seen or heard.
But you have an inclination, surely.
You might assert more of your own presence in the investigation. Yours is the finest mind for detection in the world. I don't believe you have fully exploited the leads that you have taken such pains to develop.
Well, we haven't left the house yet, Watson. That may be why. But it's my fault to ask.
Let us
him,
resume
course.
our investigation, Watson.
I'm prepared to follow you anywhere, Holmes.
Aww. Hey, Bijinard. Oh, high roll. Nice. Nice, nice.
I shall strive to help all those under me.
Well, yeah. How's the cat doing?
You got clouds of your own, I think.
Has anyone been lurking about 221B, Wiggins?
Not that I noticed. Sorry about your brother, sir. Anything I can do?
Nothing, and more's the pity. Thank you.
Give me a word if I can help.
Okay.
What would you recommend as a course of action, Watson?
I'd follow my instincts, but I won't waste my breath endorsing that path to you. Don't despair of your own methods now.
Between the two of us, Doctor,
Okay,
there are
Parrots.
occasions when feeling
I'll see you
may
tomorrow,
serve us
hopefully.
better
Have a
than
great
rational
sleep, have a
thought.
great rest. And see you soon. Okay, so Lord Lawton's townhouse, the Daily Telegraph, Silverbridge Residence, Thomas Pratt's lot. So there are 4 new locations. 3 of them are the leads. Then of course there are the old locations. I think it might be a good idea to visit Mycroft and the Scotland Yard before we go to the new places. Just to be thorough. Oh, really? Okay, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope you didn't get many spoilers, Barrett. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Mycroft, what about Professor Dewar?
Why did Cain kill his brother?
Yes, I know he's Professor Abel's colleague. I meant, where is Dewar now? Is he in danger?
No, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full, sir. Where was the boy? The man who made it did not want it. The man who bought it did not use it. The man who used it did not know it. What's it? The 9th.
9th prime, so coffin.
Enough of riddles, Mycroft. Speak plainly.
So very difficult to find.
2, 3, 5,
decent fish and chips.
7,
I'm
11,
Buffalo
13,
chips are used
17,
for fuel
19,
in the American West. West of
23.
Chelsea, all
Is it 23, the 9th prime?
I apologize, brother. I was frustrated. I've got the pieces now.
I didn't listen. Oh, I didn't listen to the last part. I was thinking of the prime numbers.
Mycroft, do you recall Clifford, Ashley, Buckingham, Arlington, and Lauderdale?
A clique of intriguers. Are they
Okay, we have the journal though, right? No, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. Where was the boy? Coffin. What is it? The 9th prime. Is 1 a prime number? Prime numbers. 1 is a prime, right? No, it starts with 2. So the 9th prime, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19, 23. I was right. So 9th prime number is 23. So very difficult to find a really decent fish and chips. Buffalo chips are used for fuel in the American West, west of Chelsea, all mothers. I don't get this bit at all. So very difficult to find a really decent fish and chips. Buffalo chips are used for fuel in American West, west of Chelsea, all mothers. I don't get. This bit doesn't make any sense to me, but apparently it makes sense to Holmes. I apologize, brother. I was frustrated. I've got the pieces now. Care to share, Sherlock?
He has a remarkable mind, Watson. I know where Dewey is.
Well, if you tell me, we'll both know.
In the child's rhyme, the boy lived in the lane. The answer to the riddle is certainly a coffin. And the 9th prime is 19.
No!
Dewey's at 19
It's
Coffin
23.
Lane. That's over the river at Bermondsey. We can go if you're ready.
Okay, they made a serious mistake. Or maybe 1 was considered a prime number back in the day. Back in those days. No, it has to be greater than 1. Well, I didn't have to solve anything. Sherlock solved it on my behalf.
Sister, what has become of the gentleman in white?
The poor dear is singing in the choir invisible, Mr. Holmes. Popped off without a word, he did.
Okay. So he died. Did somebody kill him, thinking he was Mycroft?
Matron, we are going to the new ward.
Fine, Mr. Holmes. Disregard hospital policy. Ignore my authority. Have your savage and lawless ways with us.
If that's your idea of being accommodating, your manner could stand improvement. I'd like to examine Sir Hubert's body again.
As you wish, Mr. Holmes. He's still on the table.
I don't really want to explain the body again. Vis-a-vis the metabolic processes he had his lot, all statements to his effect that are still a going concern are now inoperative. He curled up his tootsies, he shuffled up his mortal coil, ran down the curtain and joined the choir invisible. He snuffed it. What is that? Or why are you telling all those metaphors for dying? And where is kick the buckets and push the daisies? Or is this something specific that joined the choir invisible reminded you of? Is this a line from something? Tourist laboratory. I think maybe Scotland Yard is worth visiting also. The Choir Invisible remind you of it. It's another Python. Ah, okay. Which one is this? It's not the movie we watched, right? Holy Grail. I don't remember it. But, I mean, I don't remember much anyway. From the TV show Flying Circus, okay.
Which is more bother, Lestrade being in it.
Wait, I wasn't supposed to use the police resources. Mycroft pointed that out pretty clearly, so... Okay, so let's go to the first of the news spots, I guess, the Daily Telegraph. That is the exit. Opaque glass permits a degree of privacy while allowing a modicum of illumination to penetrate from this room into the dusk that distinguishes Friedman's office. Being both from Britain, Sherlock and Python tend to use a lot of the same vernacular. Yeah, true. Fair. Large anthropomorphic projection of Europe is based on Flemish cartographer Gerhard Mercator's principles. The map indicates national boundaries as of 1870, which is to say that it is wildly out of date. Study. The drawings are especially good and wonderfully detailed. Some are in sets of 2 or 3, showing the same face at different times in subject's life. The faces of numerous continental villains are depicted variously in pen and ink, drawing pencil sketches and photographs. Friedman has pinned up assorted photographic portraits. The maligned Parnell, the anarchist Prince Kropotkin, and Nietzsche, philosopher and confined lunatic, are recognizable. One small portrait is arresting. What does it mean? Portrait to be arresting? The small portrait appears to be a sort of hybrid form. The photograph subject's appearance has been somehow altered by a fine artistic hand. Arresting as in captivating, like you feel like looking at it all the time, something like that. I don't know. Probably not. Newspaper. A pile of newspapers sits on the shelf. The latest edition of the Daily Telegraph contains the usual bits of sensationalism designed to expedite the sale of Spike. Arresting isn't captivating, okay. Striking, eye-catching, okay. Though his foray into journalism is recent, Friedman has set a record for killed stories. Having been impaled so often on his editor's judgmental Spike has just made him a bit more cautious, a bit less caustic, and much more... Thank you, Thor.
Watch it, Holmes. You'll hurt yourself on the sharp bits.
His Spike demonstrates newly discovered discretion. Rejected stories are no longer destroyed in a fit of pique. In this current lot are a too vigorous defense of the uncrowned King of Ireland and virulent condemnation of the Narodniki. They'll be revised and mellowed to live another day. Ashtray. An expensive grey glass ashtray overflows with ashes and ends from his Dutch-style cheroots. They cannot conceal the fact that it has not been washed since Friedman left government service. An atoll of cigarette ash describes the shape of ashtray. The desk is scarred from stray embers. It will surprise no one if Friedman one day combusts this fire trap through his own slovenliness.
Are you familiar with the symptoms that characterize kleptomania?
Nothing of the sort, sir. I was just trying to help you clean up the place.
Holmes.
Okay, empty. It's not obvious that any true improvement in the room has been achieved. Typewriter. One of Philo Remington's earliest efforts occupies the desk. Despite its obvious value to a journalist, Friedman has treated it no better than his other effects. Friedman consumes printed materials like a gourmand devours comestibles, often in quantity and to excess. Quality is a marginal concern. The sensational stories from the illustrated weeklies in several languages are as suitable fare for his voracious appetite as the Queen's calendar from the Times.
Hello, Charles. Might we have a few moments?
I'm rather pressed just now and rather peeved. This story's been spiked by that cretin in editorial. My deadline's approaching and I don't have a clue how to finish it up. I'm sorry, Sherlock. How's your brother? Out of immediate danger, is he?
Yes. Have you heard anything about terrorist involvement in that explosion, Charles?
Not a whisper. It was an accident, certainly, wasn't it? Never mind. I really must finish this up. You'll have to excuse me.
Of course, Charles. It was just a thought.
Really? Is this why we came here for? One line?
Observations, Doctor?
The temperature here is positively glacial. If you are insensible to it, you must count Laplanders among your ancestors.
Friedman's collection of criminous fiction must hold interest to a devotee such as yourself.
I'm sure it would, were I not colder than a lonely fragment of pack ice. Currently, I can only think of all that paper as combustible fuel.
Okay. I guess we are going to have to do something with this guy later. Is my guess. Okay, let's knock. Is this the boss's room? Really? Maybe we have something in the inventory. Okay, this is very annoying. The clicks don't always register. Sometimes I have to click 3 times. Okay, we didn't accomplish anything here. At least we looked at things. So now there are 4 places. Lord Lawton, Silver Bridge Residence, Thomas Pratt's lot, and the laboratory. Let's look at the laboratory as well. I may call it after. Continue this tomorrow. This deep granite basin is a sink for all seasons. As the room's sole source of water, the professor presumably rinses his equipment, draws off tea water, shaves and cleans his teeth here. An exquisite compound microscope with 10x magnification is the most valuable piece of equipment in the laboratory. A huge sampling of chemicals and reagents are stacked on the lab table and exactingly labeled. This collection is worthy of a professional laboratory. This notebook contains a dated log and experimental formulae. The journal, presumably one of many, details the last few days of the scientist's work. Some pages are smudged and smelly from their exposure to the work. This carboy once contained muriatic acid. A more recent label suggests it holds organic wastes. The cap is not tightly sealed so that gas pressure is dissipated. The stench is corrosive and cannot possibly be healthful. Let's drink it. This pot-bellied stove is obviously unequal to the task of heating the cavernous laboratory. The coal scuttle is exhausted and the furnace door is unlatchable. The stove is no warmer than the room. A penguin might find it a desirable nesting spot. A slightly alarming collection of flasks, tubes, retorts, pipettes, and carboys are littered about the workspace. Various chemical concoctions are on the boil, others drip noiselessly, some merely generate smoke and rank fumes. Test tube. Several glass test tubes, extremely useful in small-scale experiments, are held by a wooden rack. Retort. A glass retort is securely clamped to a cast iron lattice. The clear viscous liquid it contains appears to be a common solvent. We can tidy the table. We clean the ashtray from the newspaper guy's table. Then we tidy the scientist's table. What are we? Some housemaid? Is it our job to tidy everywhere?
I apologize, Professor. Please forgive my carelessness.
No matter. Nothing there of great importance.
And we didn't even manage to tidy the place. In fact, we made it worse. Tea serves. Dewar takes tea from Severus Purslane. Purslane. Sir? Is that Switzerland? I'm not sure. The Marnay pattern. Biscuit fragments dot the plate. The confectioner's sugar was scattered over the sweets, or they may have been contaminated by one of the professor's pulverized mixtures. The Merck Index contains abbreviated descriptions of hundreds of chemicals. This is a handbook for professionals only. Wait, it's not Switzerland. I am confusing it with somewhere else. Professor Dewar, I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Professor Dewar, I am Sherlock Holmes. Mycroft is my brother.
I perceive a resemblance. What do you want?
Dr. Watson and I hope that you might help us with an inquiry.
I've heard of you, sir. We can talk while I work. I'm in the middle of something rather delicate, so you might choose your spot carefully.
Some new form of audio water torture.
Have you recently received any unwanted visitors?
None but yourselves. I'm accustomed to working without
If it was the only sound,
does your family know where you are?
You would be right.
I'm a bachelor, Mr. Holmes. My whereabouts are my own affair.
How do you come to be here?
Your brother insisted. Said the new formula had gone missing and that he wanted me out of the way until it was recovered. Most pleased to find this place decently equipped with a research apparatus.
Mycroft has been injured in an explosion, Professor.
Nothing to do with my work, is it?
His club blew up. The police claim it was an accident, but we believe a bomb was purposefully set, that Mycroft was the target, and that the act was related to the theft of your formula.
Your hypothesis is based on sound data?
It is. And had he been as concerned for his own safety as he was for yours, we might not be speaking. Have you had your tea today?
Aye, numerous cups. Heat them on the Bunsen, you see. Very handy. Care for a biscuit?
No, thank you. I have no appetite. Professor, what is the subject of your formula?
I can take the biscuit.
While Abel and I were working with the ballistite, that's Nobel's latest, we refined an extraordinarily powerful explosive. It's more versatile and less volatile than nitroglycerine. The strategic implications were obvious, eh?
So you registered the components in compliance with the Foreign Office's Byzantine requirements?
I've made some further modifications that will affect bomb design and detonation velocity, but by and large the formula stands as written.
Oh, so the formula was a bomb formula.
Could you replicate the formula from memory?
Though with great difficulty, perhaps. The formula describes a complex and unique mixture of chemical compounds.
Presumably, the acquisition and manufacture of such materials would exceed the means and expertise of all but a handful of state agencies.
I take your point. No one could build a bomb in the basement with it. Mycroft wasn't felled by my work.
Do you have a copy of the formula?
Oh, Mycroft said something about keeping a copy, but I'm afraid I couldn't lay my hands on it at the moment.
Where is Professor Abel?
He's lecturing in America, preaching to the converted or laying pearls before swine, depending on your prejudices. His family's with him.
Can the cause of an explosion be easily determined from its consequences?
Rarely, but with application and the proper research tools, one can often discover the cause from the type of fire, the nature of the physical damage, and the organic consequences.
Dr. Watson discovered some fulminate of mercury, but we exhausted the supply in our experiments.
If the explosion was initiated by a bomb, there is likely to be more evidence of the fact. A timing or detonation device.
Oh,
chemical
we've got
burns
something.
Or some such.
We've got something. This spring, yes.
No offense, Professor, but I've rarely whiffed such a rank odor.
No offense taken. One man's perfume is another's offal. The smells do have their uses. I believe the neighbours think I'm experimenting with new mixtures of fertilizer.
Contrary to the old saw, ignorance is never bliss, but it may serve a purpose.
What is this accent? Is it Welsh?
Professor, could you analyze this spring? I have reason to believe that...
Enough, Mr. Holmes. I see what it is. You suspect it has material importance to the detonation of your bomb. Don't bias the inquiry further. I must form my own conclusions.
Excellent. Very sound practice.
How can I reach you?
Send a note to 221B Baker Street when you have the results.
Okay.
Do you recognize that penetrating mix of pungent odors, Watson?
Rotten eggs, manure, and household cleaner, I should think. Disgusting.
Descriptively apt, but highly unscientific, Doctor. Ammonium sulfate and certain nitrates are nearer the mark.
Perhaps, but my advice is take shallow breaths or you'll pass out.
Hey, Doc. Yes.
Suggestions, Doctor?
I'm afraid I have none, Holmes. My brain may be frozen. I doubt Sir John Franklin was ever colder than I am. In any case, the objectives of this investigation are becoming more obscure as we proceed.
Yep. Apparently a formula for a bomb was stolen. We shall see. Okay, so how do we exit this place? Where is the exit? What the heck? There's no exit from this place. How do you get out of here? Oh no. We are forever stuck here. No. How do we exit here? Let me out. Hi.
Pylorzen has just cheered for 50 bits. Sherlock Holmes is inspecting a bed. He says to Watson, "This bed is missing something." Watson replies, "No sheet, Sherlock."
Hi, thank you so much for the 50 bits. It's the second time this joke was made today on the channel. But I appreciate it. It's a funny joke. Weren't you the... Wasn't it also you who made the joke in the first place? Did you make it again? I am serious, I cannot get out. There is no exit from here. How do I get out of here? What? Oh! Why would you put the exit all the way over to that corner? What? It wasn't you? Maybe it was JFC. No, it wasn't JFC. His joke was a lot more graphic. But yeah, the exact same joke was made. The exit was here. Why would you put the exit there? That's weird. Alright, so we have Silverbridge Residence, Lord Lawton's townhouse, and Thomas Pratt's lofts to visit. We have visited everywhere else for now. I feel like we have followed up on the clues, except for these three, I guess, suspects. 7 known, 1 unknown suspect. And we know the addresses of these 3. And we are going to start with 1. Let's start with this, but not today. I'm going to go here, get a save, and end for today. And we shall continue this game tomorrow. There we go. Let's find someone to raid now. I'm having a good time with this game. It's a bit slow, and I'm not particularly in love with having to examine everything over and over again and talking to everyone over and over again just to see if there is something new up. I'm not really a fan of that design, but still I'm having a good time, still enjoying the game. So, where should we go? Bogu, I'll raid Bogu some other time. I have raided Bogu 2 days ago. Let's raid Steve. It's been a while since we raided him. He's playing Alan Wake on an Xbox 360. No, on an Xbox One S, apparently. Yep. So yeah, let's go there, say hi. He's a lot of fun, covers a lot of nice content, and plays a lot of cool games on original hardware, you know, depending on when the game was released. He usually plays them on a time-appropriate hardware. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, so I shall be back tomorrow, as I said, to continue this game. I've been having a great time. I hope you're enjoying it as well. This game is long. It's going to take a while. I've read it's on average 25 hours or so, and we may be moving on it slow also due to streaming. So it will take a few weeks, but no complaints, having a good time. Tomorrow, more of this. And Friday, we will be back to Kingmaker, which I am especially excited. I have played it quite a bit off stream. No major content, no big thing spared. But yeah, I have done things and I'm going to tell you. But yeah, until we meet again, hopefully very soon, tomorrow. Take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.